Hey guys, Themataurian here. Most anticipated video here, Yu-Gi-Oh collection video, a collection from the last 3 years. This is my side of the collection. Let's get right into it. So what we'll be doing, guys, is showcasing our playmat here. Pretty much 20th anniversary Yu-Gi-Oh. It's a pretty cool playmat. It's got all the eras of Yu-Gi-Oh on it, from Yu-Gi-Oh to Yu-Gi-Oh Reigns. We'll start off with the binders. So welcome to the first binder, guys, first of many binders. It's going to be a pretty lengthy video, but let's get straight into it. The link monster up here is Goki. Goki's getting a lot of play at the moment. I'm pretty sure it's in the meta somewhere. Got a few pendulum mechanics going on here. We've got the Speedroids, Performer Powers and Abyss Actors. We do have a Synchro there, which is DDD, and a pretty cool fusion, which is a Supreme King card. This set's got good variety in it, I have to say. We've got Destiny Heroes here. Destiny Heroes getting a little bit of play in Duel Links as of late with Mask Change and Mask Hero. I just can't think of his name off the top of my head, but it'll get back to me at some point. We've got a few different archetypes here that were introduced during the Yu-Gi-Oh Reigns era. We've got a lot of Link summoning monsters in this binder, actually. Ancient Gears and DDDs there. Bit of a technical meltdown here. Is it good? Bit of variety again. Predaplant. We've got Parry Knights. FA looks like a pretty cool engine to run. I don't know if I've got the cards to build a deck for that, but we will at some point in the future. Twilight Swan, I like the print of those cards there. And of course the new sort of archetype or new type in Yu-Gi-Oh Reigns that was introduced, which is Cyverse. Yeah, so we've got another Cyberus here. World Chalice, they're pretty cool when they come out. I don't know where they stack up in the meta at the moment. We've got Zombina, Infernity, Launcher Commander, which is sort of new sort of types introduced into the game as well. Got more Twilight Swans there. Samurai Skull, that's a pretty old card. Vandred, they've got some pretty interesting cards, pretty interesting mechanic. And another one there's Jack Wyvern, that's pretty cool to play. Treasure Panda. There's a lot of Panda cards out there, but hardly any of them are any good. But we'll see if we can make a Panda deck somewhere down the line. More FA cards. Rex, pretty much a cool Dino cards. Dinosaurs got a bit of play last year. So we're going down here a little bit, just showcasing some of these really quickly. Galaxy Worms, more World Chalice. Goki Twist Cobra. Trickstars, surprised they haven't been hit by the ban list. They survived the last 4. They're pretty much a burn deck. Of course, another Cyverse card there. More World Chalice, just some interesting pulls there. These are the spells that I got in the Code of the Duelist now. Pretty much I got half the cards, Medicaid got the other half, and just new to the channel as well. Pretty much his collection will be showcased sometime, probably next year. Couple of interesting cards here. More FA cards to build their deck. They're interesting. Gravity Glash, another Revenge Red card. That card was a bit of a tongue twister for Skiller. Got a bit of a tongue twister myself. We got Pulse Mines here. Pretty cool card that was used quite a bit in my Gearja deck on Duel Links. Couple of nice little prints there as well. It's a pretty cool card there. I like the print of that card. Some of the cool trap cards that we got from Code the Duelist. And just pretty much wrapping up that set there. Like pretty much overall, that's a pretty good set for us. So we're starting with, I believe, here. I'm just going to get my phone handy because pretty much I've got all the things written out here. This is to start a circuit break. So these are the X crawlers that got introduced to that particular set. So obviously we got a few of the X crawlers. The sub tiers, they're pretty cool as well. Link bumper for the Cyverse card. Pretty cool print, one of my favourites of the set, Miss Starboy, pretty much Starboy from like Yu-Gi-Oh! From way back in the day. Cool pendulum and Hula Hula. This set come around Halloween, I believe, of 2017. I don't know how to pronounce those guys, but pretty cool. I haven't really played with the archetype too much. Got a samurai card there. Amazonas Pet Liger again. Amazonas a tier 1 in Duel Links. Don't have that card, but I suspect they probably will get something like that pretty soon. Elemental Grace Dorado is pretty much a card from way back in the day. This set got more World Legacy support to give them a bit of a boost. And just before we continue, guys, like I'm sliding it up and round pretty much just to get all the cards so people can see the name of the card and everything as well. So I've got Metaphys there, more FA support got printed there. I've got to place 4 cards of those. Altergeist got a bit of play at the 200 YCS. Don't know how well they did at time recording, but I suspect they'll be right there at the end. So yeah, more Altergeist cards. Captivate, interesting cards there. Lunar Lights are were really good back in the Pendulum era. The support there gives them a little bit, but they're not too meta threatening at the moment. Pretty cool cards to play with though. So got more FAs, Whip Crossers. FAs being like the racer type, archetype Yu-Gi-Oh! Has. More Lunar Lights there. Amado Awado pretty much is some play in some decks. We do have a very cool print in Gateway Dragon. More Trickstars. Trickstars are pretty hard to get in these booster boxes as the top archetype. Mega Phantom Beast, like running those in Duel Links as well. We've got a bit of variety there as well. Miramal got a bit of a print in this set too. It's more Amazonas prints. Got a few Cyverse prints there. So we got some crawlers. Crawlers are just pretty much an archetype that are just printed out, so a bit more variety in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! More crawler support there. Basically, I think that whole page, except for the bottom one's crawler. Goki being the last one. More another Goki card there. Sniffer Dragon. More Vendread support there. Of course, more crawlers and a soldier dragon and another Altergeist card there. Pretty. That's a pretty interesting concept. That deck hasn't fully developed yet. I suspect that might a bit later down the piece. Accumulator there, and Duck Dummy. That's all the monsters for Circuit Break. Traps now. I've got Boogie Trap. Couple of spells here popping up, coming up for FA. Twilight card there, and another one there. World Legacy, more of those cards. Got a pretty good card there. FAs. Temple of the Mind's always a pretty cool card. So pretty much if you play this card, your opponent can only take 1,000 damage with any monster there. Of course, another World Legacy card there. Yeah, obviously we've got a lot of World Legacy support in there. We've got a few interesting Squib Draw, Vendread Knights, what's that card there? Arrival Rivals, interesting. There's a few interesting prints down there too. So we're entering the traps of Circuit Break now. More World Legacy support, some Cyverse cards. More meta fees here. Yeah, so overall in that set, guys, it was another good set as well. It's going to be good for when we do some deck building here. So this set here is Cybernetic Horizon. So this is one of the newer sets at the time of recording. We've got another Goki card. I'm pretty wrapped that we got a few Gokis in this set as well. What else do we get? The Crusader Archetype got introduced here. Got a bit of play at YCS. A couple more Link monsters here. So we've got Mini Boral Dragon. More Gokis. Witch's Apprentice, pretty much Witch's Apprentice back in Yu-Gi-Oh! Got a Link print. You're going to see a few Link monsters like that from the Link Devotee. Now, Sky Strikers are pretty much the meta at the moment, at the time of recording. So that was pretty cool to get Hayate. Crusader Magius there. A few Pendulum cards here. Of course, reprints as well to some new support for Noble Knights and Dragoonities there. A few old school rituals in the set as well. So we've got Demise and Ruin that we're about to showcase here. A few cards of those. It's a pretty interesting card. More Goki cards here. What other interesting archetypes did we get? So we look, obviously more Goki there. More Performer Powers. A lot of Performer Powers out there now. There must be up towards 100 different Performer Powers surely now. You can make a few different sort of decks with that. More Noble Knights. Noble Knights support was alright, but it's not game changing for them, unfortunately. More Crusaders, Dragoonities, and a few interesting cards down there. More Crusaders, Psychic Ace. More Dragoonity there. Now we enter the spell, guys. So pretty much there's a bit of variety of spells here. Obviously that's a pretty cool foil. I don't know what rarity it is. We're pretty confused with rarities here, so someone will be able to tell me what that sort of rarity is with cards that are coming up. the spells from this set, guys. Nothing too noteworthy here, but so we move on to the traps. Some pretty cool traps here. Mirror Force Launcher would have been a bit better if it had come a couple of years earlier, but cool card nonetheless. So pretty much that I think draws a Mirror Force card. Interesting things here: Universal Adapter, Link Turret, the Crusadia Trap. And now we finish with the what is that set called off the top of my head? Cybernetic Horizon, that's right. So pretty much overall another good set for us again. Some of the cards that we did get are in my favourite binder. With all favourite cards, that'll be the binder that showed last. But anyhow, this thing you're about to see here is the... So we look, yeah, this is the Noble Knight structure deck, Noble Knights of the Round Table. So it's a different kind of rarity, probably the only rarity that this print sort of got. So basically all the cards you're going to see in the next few pages are Noble Knights. Honest gets a bit of play every now and then. Pretty much Honest is a nasty card. Effect Valor was pretty cool during the Synchro era. Entering the spells for Noble Knights, which is an essential part of their deck. So basically got some staple traps there like Swords of Revealing Light. I won't talk too much about the combos here, guys. We'll probably talk a lot about them when I make the decks. Just, yeah, pretty much MST, Book of Moon. Noble Knights traps. And pretty much that is the first binder. Starting off with our second binder here, guys. First one was a bit too slow, so I'm going to speed it up a little bit. So this is a Duelist pack. I believe this is Battle City, so pretty much classic Battle City cards, guys. So we'll quickly scroll through these. Some of these are real classic. Of course, some from Duelist Kingdom as well, with the Toon support there. Of course, Dark Necrofair and Lava Golem are pretty much seen towards the end of Battle City. We've got Insect Queens, Barrel Dragons, so pretty much classic Weevil and Bandit Keith there. Cool Dark Magician print, like that print of Dark Magician. Buzzblader and Jinzo, pretty much the staple Yugi and Joey there. Let's quickly go through this. Toon Dark Magician Girl, pretty cool card to get. Archfiend of Guilford, my staple there, and Harpy Lady Sisters. Got Mako Tsunami's card, Legendary Fishman. Now his deck profile will try and get Fortress Rail. Fortress Rail being a really expensive card, about $200, but I'll get it anyway for the deck. Jack's Knight, part of Yugi's deck of course. Kyber for Lord of Dragons. Toon Gemini Elf there. Queen's Knight and King's Knight. Of course, if you get Queen's Knight on the field and King's Knight in combo, you get the Jack's Knight. Harpy Lady there, Rocket Warrior. Blast Spear, pretty cool, nasty card to put face down in defense mode. People attack it, you put it in the spell and trap zone after that, and they destroy the monster next turn and they inflict damage. Gearfried, pretty much part of Joey's deck. Legion the Fiend Jester. That's, I believe, it's part of Merrick's deck. Time Wizard Trolley card. Got a different print of Karibo there. Pretty cool. 3 Toon Table Contents, pretty much you'd play that and get Toon World. Drag down to the grave. Of course, play set of Elegant Egotist, play set of that Blackluster Ritual, of course, with Blackluster Soldier, and a Flute of Summoning Dragon. Got the ritual for that card at the start of the binder. A couple cards of Tomb Rod Econ, enemy controller. Cool card to play during the battle phase. Anti-magic arrows, pretty much stop spells and traps from being played. We've got a Foolish Burial there. Malevolent Catastrophe is an alright card. It's not bad. Pretty much, if an opponent attacks, you can destroy all spells and traps on the field. So if you've got a bare minimum of traps and spells on your side of the field, you can of course activate that. Odeon card, of course, another My card there. Kyber, the big fusion for Kyber there, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Got more of them. Dragon Master Knight, pretty much Blackluster Soldier and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, I believe. Kyber XZ, I think it's YZ Tank Dragon. Pegasus card, pretty cool Blue Eyes Shining Dragon there. Deposition of Chaos. Silent Magician, which was played by Yugimoto. Of course, more dark necrophy there. We've got Silent Swordsman. Mystical Beast of Circuit, pretty nasty card to get him on the field and get a few attacks off. Silent Swordsman level 5, got 4 of them. Pretty cool card if you get that card in the graveyard. Discard the opponent's card every end phase of their turn. You got Necrophase, of course you play that, say for example you play Inferno Tempest and you've got that card in hand, you can get all the cards back from your banished zone. Got the yellow gadget and the red gadget there, got to play a set of those. And we got green gadget, so pretty much they can draw each other pretty much. Silent Magician level 4, more Yugi cards, of course Silent Swordsman, I believe they're all part of Yugimoto's repertoire. Couple cards of Sangan. Of course, we got most of the Destiny board letters there on that page. Dedication through Light and Darkness, pretty cool card. Silent Burning, pretty cool print. I like that print. Dragon Shrine, just more support for really Yugi and Kyber's sort of type of decks. Dragon's Mirror, pretty cool card. Temple of the Kings allows, say for example, Odeon's trap monsters to be summoned on the turn they're played face down. Silent Sword Slash, pretty cool card in Duel Links actually. I like the Silent Swordsman deck there. Lullaby of Obedience, now that's a really good print to get in Duelist Pack Battle City. Fiend Sanctuary, of course Kyber gave Yugi that card in the duel against Merrick. Metal Reflect Slime, you're going to see quite a few of them. Last Hellbite Tribute, that's a nice Shizu card. That is a Yugimoto card. So we've got Exchange of the Spirit, I believe, later in Battle City. So yeah, we got the Trap Destiny board, so we got all the letters in that set, so pretty happy with that. Castle Dragon Souls, nice. And now we have got, just having a wee look here, this set here is Stardust Overdrive. And sorry before guys, I think some of these cards here were Rivals of the Pharaoh, Destiny Pack Rivals of the Pharaoh, so they've gone a bit through here. But anyhow, we'll get to Stardust Overdrive. So Kokimiru will feature a wee bit in this set. Got a Fortune Lady there. Now, Fortune Ladies are pretty cool to play if you can get like Future Visions out and get a few of their combos, especially to get Fortune Lady Earth out. Got Quick Draw Synchron. We got some Reptilian cards here, and of course, pretty much one of the main archetypes in the set, Kokimiru. Got a spider there. Solitaire Magician played in Fortune Ladies. Got spiders. Interesting card there. Regulus, I believe that was in Luna's, I can't think of the word for it, but yeah, she interacts with that card, I think.
Yeah.
tuned Magician there. Max Warrior, pretty cool print there actually. I think it's a foil there. Got some space fighters. They're interesting to build around. Got a Gemini card there. So there's a bit of variety in the set. Zero Gardener. Pretty much an oddball in this set, Dark Rabbit, but we pulled it. It's a Pegasus card. Got more Reptilian cards. Infinities. So pretty much Infinities, just explaining them really quickly, is pretty much if you got to have really no cards in your hand to really utilise their effects. It's interesting cards there. Woodland Archer is pretty cool to play around with as well. A couple of foils here. We've got card that can get ritual cards. Another Fortune Lady card there. A couple of frog cards. Spiders again. Level 8 is pretty cool to get, well, in the synchro anyway, you use that quite a bit to get some really strong synchros out. Dark Spider, got Stardust card there. Field Spell Spiderweb, so when you attack a monster, pretty much it goes in defense and you can't switch it out of defense till a couple turns later. More Reptilian support, we've got a Ritual card there. Time Passage, pretty much for the Fortune Ladies. I think it gives them a little bit of a power boost whenever we look at it. It does, yes. Herculean Power, Spiritual Fire. Spiritual Fire is a pretty cool card. Encore Armor there. Some interesting cards here as well, just quickly going through them in sec. Neglect, Salvage Coliseum, you play that with your Bell. Earthbound Whirlwind there. That card's a pretty cool print. Raging Mad Plants. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. Got the Earthbound Wave there. Just going to quickly go through some of these pretty quickly. Just giving people a good look at them. Yeah, hopefully you guys are enjoying this. Like if you love your Yu-Gi-Oh, give us a sub. And there's a few things in the description as well, of course, of our Discord and whatnot. We talk a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh there. Big YouTuber Simo talked a lot about that card there, Pointer of the Red Lotus, and it got a big buyout from what I was looking at. So I do follow some of the big YouTubers as well, like Sibley Unlucky, Cyber Knight, and all those characters. I do follow them quite regularly. Rightio, what do we have here? Gemini Counter, Infinity Force. I believe this is Breakers of Shadow, this set. So Dynamists are pretty cool if you can get the combo off. They've got a pretty mean combo there. What's that? That's pretty much to make the 7 Sins on Legacy of the Dollar. So I remember that card quite well. I've got a couple of friends play that against me. Battling Boxers. I love a combo of Battling Boxers and Light Swans. It's a pretty cool combo. You can keep bringing your Battling Boxers back and keep making XYZ plays here. Got Shiranuis. An Odd Eyes card there. We've got a few Odd Eyes cards coming up too for you guys to enjoy. More Shiranui stuff. Super Heavy Samurai. Super Heavy Samurai are pretty cool to play. Cosmo Sword Troopers. Cosmo's got a bit of play in YCS of late, because I believe they got Dark Destroyer back at 2. A Blackwing card there. Got Melodious there. We've got one Melodious card there, which is pretty cool. We've got a Buster Blader card. Forge of the True Dracos, a foil. A few interesting cards there. Pretty much, I believe this Breakers of Shadow was a special edition that we got. So that pretty much filled out this binder here. Okay, we're moving on, guys. Okay, this is the structure deck Onslaught of the Fire Kings. So we'll just quickly scroll through that. So give everyone a good look at them. Pretty cool deck in Duel Links at the moment. Fire King New Bow, so it's getting a bit of play in that game at the very least. Of course, the spells as well that come with Onslaught of the Fire Kings, with a few of them being foils. Okay, I believe this here, let's have a wee look, I think it's another structure deck of sorts, off the top of my head. I can't think of it, but anyhow, there's a bit of everything. Odd Eyes, Cyber Dragon. Yeah, it definitely looks like a structure deck because of the fact of the cards that are in here. Bit of classic, bit of old in it. Of course, Mystical Elf being a old school sort of card. So we've got into our spells, got a couple of Rush Replices, MST. Pretty standard sort of structure deck anyway, just with all the sort of basic cards to make it sort of a playable deck for a beginner. So at the bottom here is the start of the Hero Strike structure deck. So you're going to see a few fusions from the hero base stuff, and they're going to get a bit of play with them getting a few cards off the ban list and a few other cards added recently in the tins. So we've got Koga, Wind, Tornado, and Dark Lord. Dark Lord may see a bit of play again, potentially. Yeah, cool. All the basically automated heroes you saw in GX are featured throughout this little section here. Great structure deck too, just so many different heroes, and if you get a few other old school GX sets you can build quite a bit. Pretty much we've got all the spells. Hero, it's spells if we go slightly across. Of course, Jaden has to use a lot of stuff to get his elemental heroes out. He's got like the Miracle Fusion, Polymerization, Mass Change, to get so many different of his extra deck out. Yes, so now I believe this is Millennium World we're starting on now. So this is pretty much Zork. That was in the Egyptian part of the original Yu-Gi-Oh series. And this set as well, there's some different alternative artworks as well that you're going to like too. You're going to see, for example, when you get down to Dark Paladin, quite a cool print there. Of course, we got a foil there, Sky Galloping Guy, the Dragon Champion, 1000 Dragon, different alternative artwork. So is Flame Swordsman. Gandora, Dragon Destruction, of course, a Yugi card. Guildford Lightning got different prints, so did the Red Eyes Black Metal Dragon. Pretty rare to see Red Eyes in a normal print too, you usually get that in some sort of rarity. Yeah, look at all the different cool prints here. Gaia, Launcher Spider, Summer Skull. I really liked this set when we did get it. So there's quite a few different prints coming up in the next few shots here of this particular binder. So we scroll through them. Holding Legs, pretty much a cool card if you have Holding Arms. You can do a few combos with that. Of course, the Ritual spell for, I think that's Zork's Ritual spell. Yeah, so pretty much standard here. Symbol of Friendship, got a couple of foils of that. Pretty cool alternative print of Tomb Rod there. I really like that print. We've got a couple of foils down here. Left Arm Offering, I think, no, it's not a print. Rebellion and the True Name are definitely up foils. I don't know what rarity though, but they're pretty cool cards to have in my binder. Traps of Millennium World, pretty much Ring Destruction, Night Beware, pretty much standard. Different print of Crush Card Virus there. the Millennium World set. Pretty cool, different prints of Widespread Ruin and Metamorph and Kunai chain. I believe this set is Galactic Overload, I think. Starting with Big Eye. That's a really good print to get from that set. So Shining Out's a cool print, I like that print. A lot of this set had Heretics in it, and Heretics are pretty powerful if you can get the combos off. So I'll just quickly scroll through these. Of course, a few different cards featured in the set, but predominantly people got this set back in the day for Heretics. Of course, a few different cards, like I said, like you got your Shadow Tail Butterspy, the sort of warrior insect type butterfly things that you can make Photon Papilla Operative and stuff off. Shark, one of my favourite prints on this little section, and I like the Flame Tiger that we got there as well. A few Insectors may pop up in this set too, by the looks of it, from memory. Yeah, it's a really interesting set here, so we'll just quickly scroll through that and just give people a good look at that. We got good old Doom Donuts, got a play set of them in this set. That would have been a good laugh when we were doing that set with Skiller. Of course, more Insectors. Minigat's quite a good card actually. You tribute another monster and make a monster 0 on the other side of the field, then you attack. And pretty much you do damage to their attack points, plus the damage you inflict. A pretty good card. So scrolling through here. Highlight of this page is obviously the Bound Wand. And of course got a bit of variety here. We had the Berserk Scales just before, and we had the Heretic Seal of Supremacy there. Of course there's just a few of the traps and that we got in this particular set. We're on my side anyway of Galactic Overload. Good variety of traps there, I have to say. Butterfly is a pretty cool card to play with. So is Nitwit Outwit actually. Right, I'm just going to work out that. Okay, this set here that we're going on to now is Battle Pack 2. So obviously it's going to be quite a few different cards here. So pretty much with these sets, I think you draft a deck and make a deck to play with friends and whatnot. So you both get a set of it, and of course we've got a few good prints here. Cyber Prima. If you true, can get that on the field, you can destroy face-up spell cards. Pretty nice card. Column Sentry, a classic card. Now, Legacy of the Duelist players that I would know what I mean by that card there. A couple of Vylons in here, a couple of the Ice Barriers are in here as well. Yeah, just quickly showcasing that. Botanical Lion, I believe, just got added to Duel Links just a couple of days ago in time of recording this. Couple of interesting cards there. Of course, we've got a Cyrus card there. So it does show you how much of a variety Battle Pack 2 had. Bus from down the road, of course, Tour Guide, being part of that. Adhesive Exploser, pretty cool foil to have. You put that face down in defense, and then you can equip it to a monster on the opponent's side of the field and destroy that during the next phase. Oh, we've got the Mega Fan of Beast card there too. Mega Fan of Beast are pretty cool to play too. I like that deck on Duel Links. Couple interesting prints there. Yeah, Mausoleum's pretty good for getting strong monsters out, but if you, say for example, play Earthbounds and lose your Emperor, you lose that card as well. Rikiki Bottle, cool foil there. Got a basic rare there for Safe Zone. Different print of Spike Shield with Chain. Must have been a slight misprint there because they're different coloured. To wrap up this binder, guys, just really quickly, just a few old school sort of cards. Tiki Soul and Reverse Trap there. We've got a cloning card, which is pretty interesting to play at times, situational of course. Alrighty, so another binder here, guys, pretty much the legendary duelist set that we're looking at here. Another print of Red Eyes that is normal print. That's very odd to see. Of course, we had a bit of Bastion, a bit of Joey, a bit of Mako Tsunami with the legendary Fisherman 3. Very cool set actually, I have to say, because sort of got all the legendary Fishermen, including the very hard one to get, the legendary Fisherman 2. Bit of Cyber Dark Edge, saw that in I think season 2 and 3 of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX with Zane. Got a place here of those, where we've got 4 of them because there's another one on this page that we're about to see. Leo Taurus. So we've got a bit of variety here. Amazon Swordswoman, pretty much prominent in Tanya and Mai's deck. Bit of Red Eyes support here, Red Eyes Retro Dragon. Another part of the Cyber Darks is on this page too. Cyber Dark Horn. We've got Hydra Geddon for Bastion. Sergeant Electro. Pretty interesting card, Sergeant Electro, pretty much, if you get him on the field. Of course, Cyber Dark Keel. Now to the interesting thing. These are sort of Cyrus type monsters, Roid monsters, Express Roid, Mixeroid, a few more Amazons there. Of course, Oxygeddon. You need Oxygeddon and 2 Hydrogeddons to make Water Dragon for Bastion. Cyber Dark Claw, pretty much a new Cyber Dark card. That was pretty interesting. To wrap up the monsters that I got on my side of the packs when we did this, Yomi Ship and Spear Karibo, wrapped that up. Got 4 Red Eyes Fusions, a few Bonding H2Os, a few Bonding D2Os there. Inferno Fire Blast, good card if you got Red Eyes on the field, you just inflict some big damage there. Megaroid City, got a couple of those. Got a few of the Amazoness spells there, as you can see. We got the Core and the Village. Village being a pretty much a good field spell, keep getting Amazoness onto the field. A couple of Legendary Ocean there, of course. Starlight, Starbright. I'm pretty sure that's not part of the set. I must have put that in there by mistake. That's a really oddball card to have in there. A couple of Viracori Connection Zones. Pretty new Corrosion spell there. Golden Apples. Sea South Attack. Now, Sea South Attack, or as you say, got a fair bit of play in Duel Links about a year or so ago. Pretty cool foil, pretty much a support card for the Red Eyes Fang with Chain. I like that artwork and I like the print that foil has. So to wrap up that side, I've got an Onslaught and a Bonding DHO. Now we move on to the GX sort of era now. So we've got the Elemental Hero set, Emergency of Justice. So we've got just a whole lot of fusions there. Pretty much Necroid Shaman and Hero Mariner. Set come with a bit of variety too. We had Majestic Mech, which is a pretty cool print. Swift Birdman Joe. Let's quickly scroll through them. Oh, the Trolley Cyber Gymnast. Pretty much play him on the field, discard a card, and destroy a monster that is face up on the field. Some interesting cards in this set. It's really good to look back on these cards and see what I've actually collected over the couple of years that I've been collecting Yu-Gi-Oh cards. So just a few interesting cards there. Harpy's Pet Baby Dragon. Pretty cool print to get from the set. 3 Cyber 2/2. So again, some of the skater cards that Alexis Rhodes played in the anime. Pretty cool concept behind those. It's got a few duplicates of everything there. Guard Dogs and Whirlwind Weasel. Destiny Heroes, play set of basically everything on that page. Some more Destiny Heroes there. We've got a Banisher of the Radiance, pretty interesting card. Herald of Green Light's a pretty good card to get, and Herald of Purple Light as well. A couple of Battleman cards appeared in there too, interesting. The spells of this set that I got. Noteworthy card here is Dimensional Fish, a pretty good card. Cards get banished when that card's on the field. It's a continuous spell. It's pretty useful actually. If you're playing like Grand Marju Dialza, I think it is, or Great Marju Gazette. Can't have a hero set without the Our Righteous Justice, Emergency Call, etc. And we'll go just across to the other page, and sure enough, we've got an Oversoul there. Got Hero Flash when you got all the HERO and Heated Heart. Yeah, playset of Icarus Attack. The Grand Convergence works well with Macrocosmos. So we've got a whole lot of play sets of everything here. Shattered Axe, got 4 of those, 4 of the Destiny singles. Some cards crop up quite often. Sorry about that. Let's drop that there. Yeah, Macrocosmos, Elemental Recharge. Few interesting cards. Destruction to Destiny saw a bit of play on Duel Links because people wanted skill on that too. I'm going to refer to Duel Links quite a bit because I've been playing that quite a bit of late. Miraculous Descent, pretty cool foil to have there as well. And to wrap up that set is D-Shield. This set here is, I think, another Legendary Duelist set. Just have a wee scroll here. Yeah, it is. Legendary Duelist set. So you've got Ancient Gear Golem, pretty much that pretty cool foil there, which is the Megatron Golem for Ancient Gears. A few of those cards as well. Panzer Dragon, pretty cool. Well, pretty easy card to get out of your extra deck, that Panzer Dragon. Of course, you've got the usual customers and these Legendary Duelist stuff, like your Pegasus support. Got a bit of Jesse Anderson support there, and Weevil support. But yeah, some classic cards from the years gone by. Anyway, this particular section we're looking at now. Just quickly scroll through that. I think I've mentioned some of these cards already. Some of them have cropped up again in this set. Of course, Armed Dragons. Pretty cool concept, the old level concept. I don't know why they didn't continue with that. I quite like the concept behind those. Pretty cool support card for Illusionist Faceless Mage. We've got a Magician one there. A couple of Blast Spears. A few interesting support cards there for those respective decks there. More Jesse Anderson support. Okay, we've got the level 3 Armed Dragon. We can make a level up sort of Armed Dragon deck there. Pin Chopper, good for insects there too. Yeah, pretty much some interesting cards to note here. The spell for Ojamas, they got a bit of support of late. They maybe get a bit more as well in that card there. Of course, you get the usual suspects in Legendary Duelist sets. It's on that page there. Interesting support there. I like that Rainbow Bridge print. Pretty cool when you look at it up close, but unfortunately I don't think the camera can pick it up all too well. Ojama, of course, more Ojama support. Now we're just entering the traps here, which we didn't get too many in that set. A few interesting cards to note. Ojama Pajama, and that card down there is pretty interesting as well, along with Time Machine. Okay, this is Destiny's Soldiers here, the start of this. Abyss Actor, of course, starting on that page there. Pretty much a set this with Abyss Actors and a lot of Destiny Hero stuff and a bit of Dark Lord stuff as well. So we're seeing most of these cards and some of the other binders, except for maybe that one there, Dystopia. Let's give people a good look at that. We've got a playset of Dogma too. love some of these artwork of this card. I'm really appreciative of what some of the artworks look like. But yeah, funny story about Destiny Soldiers. We pretty much bought Number Hunters. We couldn't upload it, unfortunately. I swore in the video. The reason why I swore in the video is because we got a lot of Destiny Hero, Destiny Soldier stuff in that particular set. So unfortunately we had to go out and probably look for another Number Hunters set. Pretty cool print of Destiny Hero Celestial here, just moving on from that little mini story. A lot of cool Destiny Heroes. Quite a cool concept actually. If you play a bit of Duel Links as well, they get quite a bit of play. Some interesting cards to note here. Valhalla of the Fallen, pretty much a good way of special summoning a few cards on the board. Fires of Doomday to get some tokens on the board. Of course, I've got the Destiny draw for the Destiny Heroes. A few Abyss Actor cards coming up, and a few Dark Lord cards coming up on the other page here. Wrap up this binder, guys, just really quickly. Just a few Destiny Hero support trap cards. Got Destiny Signal, Defusion, a few Dark Lord cards down there. Okay, so this is a Link set. It's Outforce that we got. Pretty much some Tindangles. Pretty cool print there for support for the Archfiends. Pretty much a few duplicates on the rest of that page. Of course, I mentioned Outergeist is getting a bit of play. Don't need to mention that again. Another Archfiend support card. A few different Link cards there. A lot of variety in the set too. We had a few Pendulums, a Mystical Beast, a quite interesting concept, and the Synchro there. The only Synchro I've got. Got the column-based print at the top there. Mech Knight, Indigo Eclipse. More Tindangles, another Mech Knight. Heap of Mech Knights featuring this set. They're trying to, with the Mech Knights, I think, column-based monsters. So it's important to position them correctly there, I believe. Some more Mech Knights there. Striking Panther. Pretty much some standard cards there. And a foil. Yeah, just basically more support cards there, guys, as well. And we move on to the spell cards of its Outforce. So yeah, just basically more support cards for the monsters that are in the set. Got a lot of Vendread cards over the Link stuff, so we'll be able to assemble most of the Vendread cards, or Vandread. Some more cards there. Cool Archfiend, got a reprint in this set. There's a foil there. A couple of foils on that page there to wrap up that side. Yeah, pretty much just traps there to wrap up that set. Now this set here, I believe, is Abyss Rising. So we got some really good prints there. I love the print of One-Eyed Skill Gainer. Of course, that card there that I'm just pointing at now is not a bad print either. A few XYZ monsters from the Zexal era. Snowdust Dragon, some really cool prints in here. Just for people to look at. A few cards that don't see the too much play, but we'll love to try and assemble something with them if we can. Some cards there as well. Solomon Jam is pretty easy to get on the field and get some synchro type monsters out. Pretty much it halves as attacking if you get a 3. So even like I say, for example, a Resonator, you can play, say Red Dragon Archfiend or something like that, or just a common 8-star monster that is prominent in the synchro era. Had a few Snow Dragons on that page for a lot of Pathfinders. Got a few Heroic Challengers. They're pretty interesting to play. I think Excalibur's quite a cool XYZ card that I may have in my collection. I just don't know yet. We'll have a look at a binders coming up. Of course, a few Mirrormold cards cropping up. Heraldic Beast. got some Madoshi cards. I like the concept behind Madoshi cards, pretty much based off different types of food or things. Of course, there you can have a wee look. We've got a bit of variety there as well. We've got some more Madoshis. Yeah, a bit of variety in this set. Overall, most of the sets we do open, we get quite lucky, I feel. Like, Themataurian Z just seems to have the knack of pulling stuff in these sets. Of course, a bit of duplicate stuff that we got in Abyss Rising there. Just puny penguin featuring on that page. Humble Sentry reminds me of cricket. That in the Sentry, I've never scored a Sentry in cricket. If you know what cricket is. Scrolling through these pretty quickly. A couple of interesting prints there. Spellbooks. Spellbooks are pretty powerful back in the day. Got a few banned cards on the list because they're that darn good. I think Spellbook of Judgment or something got banned or something, and High Priestess was pretty good in its time. Of course, more support cards for the cards that we're just seeing, guys. Let's quickly showcase these, and I'll just go work out this next series. Yeah, I'll work out what that set is. Someone will be able to tell me in the comments anyway what this set coming up is. So just got XYZ. That's a pretty cool print of the wind-up cards. One of the wind-up cards is still banned. I think it's really good. Koala card. Someone in my Twitch streams made a koala deck finally. Of course, we'll scroll over. I've got a lot of Insector and Evolvesaur support here. Photons. I've got to work out what that set is up top of my head by the end of this. Maybe not. Some interesting cards. That name is so... I don't know how that got its name, but funny nonetheless. Earth Armored Ninjas, of course. Got some familiars. Choctopus is a pretty trolly card to play. Air Armored Ninja, Flame Armored Ninja. Ninja's just got some more prints too. I think they got the golden and maybe a couple other ones. The one that looked like Seth Rollins. Vampire Koala, of course. A few more Insectors. Chell and the Prophet. Yeah, some really cool prints in the set that are normal as well. I think Insectors were quite prominent in this set. Quick look at those. A few more wind-up cards, Evolve Tiles. Another Crebo type card there, Curvavolts. A couple of duplicates of all those cards as well. I think there's a lot of duplicates in this set, and in most of the sets. I did bind and sleeve all these cards just to keep them in a good area, so my room, and that was pretty clean and tidy. Yeah, just some interesting prints here. Again, we've got a really cool print coming up. The Jinsu Art of Alchemy. Yeah, like a few foils there, and a couple of rares in that particular set. I think that's where the Starlight Starbright was from that previous binder. It's meant to be there, the looks of it. There's a few of the traps that we got from this particular set. I'll probably have a name for it in the coming binders, guys. It'll just come to mind all of a sudden. Yeah, guys, you had to let me know what sort of cards you've collected, some of your favourite prints and whatnot in the comments as well. Of course, you can talk to me in that in Discord as well, which is in the description after this video is posted. Okay, this set's pretty interesting, bit of a variety here. Fortunately, the set doesn't come to mind. SHS, I think it's SHSP. Anyhow. Got the fork. I think we got a fork and a spoon in this set. Yeah, I think it was the spare cards I put in here because I didn't have the in this page here. No, I didn't. We're all good. Yeah, it's a pretty small set. A few ghost trick cards will start cropping up here and here. This, I believe, is the first structure deck that came out for Yu-Gi-Oh! Variant. So we've got the Decode Talker, Honeybot, and Link Spider. Pretty simple Link monsters that we started off with. Of course, Decode Talker's got variants like Paracode Talker, etc. Yeah, and this deck has really interesting prints too. Of course, Beast King Barbados and Cyber Dragon. Who would have thought those guys would have printed in this set? Pretty cool print there. Marshmallow, pretty oddball card. So is the Zarion Universe actually in this set. Sangan. Getting close to the end of this binder too, guys. Feck Valor had a bit of play way back in the day. It was actually a really good card to discard. Yeah, so we got some old staples from the years gone by put into this set. Don't really need to talk about those cards. Pretty much people should know what these cards are if you've played quite a fair bit of Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, pretty much I've talked about most of these cards in this particular structure deck and the binders that we've gone through so far. Wrap it up. We had a dark bribe on that page. Okay, so this is the Elemental Hero Grand Neos tin. Obviously the promo card from this set, and there's a bit of variety here as well. Just scrolling through. Yeah, like this. These tins from the GX era had great variety in them. I am quite happy with what I managed to get out of the sets here. Just with Dark Lucius level 4, level monsters, like they didn't really take off. I thought they may have made a comeback in today's day and age just with the revamp with the new Link stuff, but obviously not at the moment. So that's basically all the monsters from that Elemental Hero Grand Neos tin. Moving on to some of the spells down there. Just quickly get through some of these binders because it's going to be quite a big video. It'll be about 2 or 3 hours all up. This video. Themataurian Alliance, that was an early Chaz deck. Pretty much he used that to beef up his Themataurian soldier. Bonding H2O, Bastion card. Dark Roll cards are pretty cool to play as well. A couple of 6 Samurai cards floating in there as well. Some really interesting cards here that pretty much got printed and really didn't get too much play. That's pretty much a Royd card from Cyrus. Okay, so that's the last one from there. So moving on, this is the Plasma Vice tin. And great variety again. Some nice prints, more alien cards, pretty much similar cards to the last set that we showed. So great variety there. Got Crystal Beast. Barriers are pretty cool. I like the concept of barriers. Pretty much you can't special summon win monsters if you got that on the field. Got Battery Statue of the Heavens. A couple of Destiny Heroes, more alien. Neospatians. Neospatians are making a comeback big time in real life at the moment. Got a whole lot of prints. They're going to get a wee bit of play. Of course, another Destiny Hero. they might see a bit more play since they're Neospatian type cards. Deadly Crow, cool card, cool rare. Got a Cell Breeding Device, Advanced Ritual Art, just some real common spells here. Might see a bit of play, Common Soul down there before we flick over the page. Yeah, overall, I really enjoy these tins. Like they have different packs in them. You get to see some of these old school cards. I'm hoping to collect a few more of them if we can find them. Scroll through here. Okay, so this is Volcanic Doomfire. That's the promo, obviously. Very good Volcanic card if you can get them on the field. I think you have to play Tri-Blaze Accelerator and Blaze Accelerator. That card's pretty cool. I like that card as well. Pretty cool print. Just going through this as quickly as I can. Just going to scroll through some of these cards. Some of them are just real common cards that we've probably already gone over. Yeah, great variety. Koki Miru, Crystal Beast again. Just a few of the spells from that. Of course, we were just talking about Blaze Accelerator. Yeah, some really good hero stuff in here as well, and a bit of a mix of everything else. So we've got a few Six Samurais on this page. Yeah, hero counterattack. Like, heroes were pretty popular back in the day. Like on the anime, I don't know if they were in real life. So I only recently got back in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Around about 2015 when I picked up the Legacy of the Duelist game. So yeah, Raviel, Lord of Phantasms, this is his tin, pretty much. That was a really good deal that we got for the tin. The tin's a lot more expensive now, so I was quite happy when I picked it up when I did. Frogs, they got a bit of play. They get a bit of play with like a few other decks as well. Petroid, just a few Roid monsters popping up there. Really like that print of Princess Pikaru. Of course, we're just talking about Themataurian Soldier there. I managed to pick him up in that set there. Another Dark World card. Tyranno Infinity is a pretty cool card if you can get a few banished dinos. Yeah, Alexis card there. We've got Crowler card. There's a great variety of cards here. Just moving forward. Transcendent Wing's quite a trolley card if you can get the level 10 Wing Karibo out. Pretty much Karibo just is like a detonates itself and destroys like monsters on the field. Grand Convergence and Macrocosmos, people know that combo pretty well. Trial the Princesses, that you use that with Princess Pikaru. It's pretty much, I think we're seeing some of these cards now. Move forward. Dimension Wall gets play every now and then. Arrival Appears, pretty useful card. Another Themataurian card. We've got a lot of Themataurian. May have deck profile down the track with them. Couple of dupes there. This is the promos for the tins of 2017. So, well, there's one promo now, the Proxy Dragon. So we've got a few, obviously a few pendulum monsters here. Dynamis Spinos is a really good pendulum monster if you can utilise it to the best of its ability. A few Lectors there. Yeah, some really cool prints. Dark Magician, love that print of Dark Magician. Magician of Dark Illusion. I like spellcaster type monsters. Cypher, they're pretty cool to play. Like if you have played them before. Like Amiga's their big ace monster, synchro monster. Zodiac's got a lot of play in 2016. We've got a few Zodiacs floating around there. I don't know if I've got all the Zodiacs, but yeah, Zodiacs in 2016 just dominated the meta. I think one tournament in YCS, 29 out of the top 32 decks for Zodiac were a Zodiac variant. Yeah, some great variety here again. A Blue Eye support card. Cool token that you got from the set, Pot of Desires. Pretty cool promo sort of card there. Yeah, but all these cards really support some other sort of decks and whatnot. For example, Despots. Dreamland's pretty cool. Mostly more blue eye support. Foolish Burial Goods. That card's been printed so many times. Like Floodgate Trapole. Classic card. Pretty much dual links all over. Okay, Paleozoics are pretty cool to play too. Like pretty much Paleozoic Canadia, really nice card. Pretty much flip a monster face down, goes to the graveyard. When you play another trap, comes back on the field. Quite annoying to get rid of. Massive Maw, pretty much double the attack of the opponent's monsters, and they can't attack. So yeah, all this binder, guys, is pretty much just tins. This, I don't know what this tin is. It'll be in the playlist of Skillern Z24. Let's quickly scroll through this here. Deepest Dragon. Snow Maneater, pretty much a nasty little surprise when you flip it up. Morptronics are something I'd love to build. I've got most of the cards for that too. Yeah, just scrolling through this really quickly here. Battle of the Elements. Pretty old card, but gets some play depending on what the format is every now and then. Slip of Fortune, a Fortune Lady card. Fortune Ladies with I wish they got a Link monster and more support. That'd be pretty cool to play again. So we just got some cool XYZ prints here. This is another tin that it's leading up into. Yeah, love the prints of those cards. I think it's the Evolvesaur tin. A few Insectors, Heretics, so we've got a different sort of tin altogether again. They did a great job with some of these tins, I have to say. Ninja cards. I've already talked about mainly Heretics and another binder. Insector again. Morpheo. I like those Butterfly Warrior cards. I wish they got a bit more support. Just quickly scroll through this. Haha, Sting Swordsman. Now, going back to Legacy of the Duelist, Flip Turner, pretty much the only way of really beating him, because he gets a bit of a lock with Messenger of Peace and whatnot, you have to get him on the field and play Baby Terragon and discard a material off Terragon, make him attack directly to return things back to his hand. He's got traps there. Miramail's a nice card in its time. Luminize, another good card. Pretty much gain the attack for a light monster for a turn. And yeah, pretty much the end of that binder. Pretty much we'll move forward to the next one. Okay, moving forward to the next binder, guys, this is the legendary Duelist decks. Pretty much I think the second one with Yugi, Joey and Kyber. That was a really good print from Shonen Jump. It was worth quite a bit till it got printed in this set. Yeah, pretty much Yugi, basically some classic legendary Knight, Timaeus, Credius and Hermos. Yeah, it's just pretty much a cool Yugi deck. I don't know how he got printed in here. I think this is legendary Dragon decks. I think it's the third one. But Yugi does play like Claw of Hermos and Fang of Credius, for example. So I suppose it counts as technically a few dragon cards in this deck. But yeah, that was a really cool set to pick up with 3 decks. It's well worth the money, those sets, when they come out yearly. So let's quickly go through this. Love the print of the navigation there. Okay, so there's Mirror Force Dragon, Tyrant Burst Dragon, and Dark Magician Girl, the Dragon Knight. Got Dark Magician, the Dragon Knight down there. Pretty cool to get all these cards that you can play off, like the Fang of Credius and Timaeus and whatnot. I wish they did a lot more with that and added a bit more support for that. Yeah, so there's this more of the possible plays you can do, like Amulet Dragon, Tie Magic Hammer. That card's pretty trolly if you do manage to pull off what it's intended to do. So right, so we're moving forward now. We've got the Cyber Dragon Infinity and Nova, pretty good combination for Cyber Dragons. I'm just thinking quick. Yeah, this is Zane's legendary deck, so moving forward. But yeah, Nova Infinity, man, Cyber Dragons. And Cyber Dragons are making a wee bit of a comeback with the recent support that they've got in real life. You have to quickly scroll through. Pretty much, it's pretty much a typical Zane sort of setup. Like the print of Cyber Replicant. I love how they got a foil. Yeah, pretty much his deck is so overpowered. Future Fusion, Parabond. I think that one's got an errata. Pretty much has been rewritten. Yeah, what a devastating deck. You can so easily get his big guns out. It's incredible. Yeah, so many options. I can Repair Plant, call out a Cyber Dragon if there's one in the graveyard. And he's got really good traps in this deck too. Like he's got some of the Mirror Forces. A few Chromatics. Man, this is a good deck, I have to say, of Zane's. Cyber Twin Dragon, Cyber End Dragon there. Okay, now we move into the Pendulum legendary deck. So this has got a few good plays as well. Obviously Odd Eyes is the dominant thing with Performer Power. Seen some of these cards in the previous binders, so we'll just quickly just go over some of them that we haven't seen. Mirage Dragon, a couple of them. Yeah, Supreme King and Odd Eyes, yeah, so many of them, like it's so hard to keep up at times. Okay, one of my favourite cards, Dark Rebellion XYZ Dragon from this era of Yu-Gi-Oh, from the Zexal era. Really good card back in its time, Clearwing Synchro Dragon. Let's quickly scroll through this. Yeah, what are some of your favourite sets, guys? I'd love to hear in the comments what sort of cards you've collected, favourite sort of sets over the years and whatnot. Okay, that Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. One of them have been banned. I'm not sure if it's that one or not. Have to check the ban list again. Scroll through. Okay, so this is the very first set that was on the channel from Skillerian Z24. This is the Yugi legendary deck. So this is Duelist Kingdom. So I think we've seen a lot of these cards. I put it Zodia in a spot where it's sort of, yeah, make it look cool. But yeah, classic nostalgia cards. Remember the days of the cards just being 1200 and 800, 12 and 15. He was a powerhouse back in his time, 2500 and 1200. It's a very easy monster to get out. Yeah, just we'll quickly scroll through this because I think people already know what's in the Duelist Kingdom deck and what's coming out, Battle City and things like that. So we can easily just quickly showcase what was in this. I think it's worth quite a bit of money now. Just very hard to come by. Of course, the Arcana print. I think that's the first printing of that in Yugi's legendary decks. Of course, Dark Magician Girl, one of my favourite prints from this particular legendary decks. Of course, you've got King's Knight, Queen's Knight, and Jack's Knight up there. Got the Magnet Warriors. Yeah, probably the first deck profile we'll do is Yugi's Duelist Kingdom profile. Alter it from the Legendary deck a wee bit. Make a 40 card profile. We'll start getting them underway at some stage. Yeah, pretty much a lot of Dark Magician type plays here. Thousand Knights and Dark Magic Curtain. Card Destruction, as you saw on that last page, is back at 1 in real life now. Don't know if it will be utilised or not. Quickly scroll through them. Jewel Hats. So this is the final duel sort of deck. Love that print of Silent Magician level 8. One of my favourite prints. It's a pretty good deck actually, I have to say. Oh, the phone's going off. Pretty much I'm using my phone too, guys, just to know what set and that is coming up and whatnot as well. I've written them all down. I'm pretty organised. Another print of Dark Magician Girl. Good old Marshmallow. Playing that in defence and annoying and trolling opponents. Very hard to get rid of back in the day. Got the gadgets there. Good old Gold Sarcophagus. Yeah, basically this premise of this deck was using level up on him or the Silent Swordsman level 3, yeah. Yeah, just the basic traps, Dark Magic Attack, Dedication to Light and Darkness, Magicians Unite. Good old card of Sanctity. Pretty much the anime effect, if we had that, draw 6 cards would be incredible, but it would be instantly banned. People would absolutely take advantage of that. I'll list down there. I think there's some of the promos that are coming up now, yeah. God cards, Electromagnetic Turtle. Pretty much, that was pretty cool they printed those off. Duelist Kingdom, Glory of the King's Hand, and Set Sail for the Kingdom. Got a token there. And this set here that we're moving on to now is the recent tin, I think the 2018 tin. So a few different cards here. Trickstar amazingly hasn't been hit majorly by the ban list at the time of the recording. I suspect it will be in the next thing. Yeah, so my tin was Jade and Yuki, so Alameda Hero, Nebula, Neos, Dragon the Swamp, they're promos. Got another Vendread card. Pretty much got a lot of those over the sets that we collected so far for the Marines era. Let me scroll through here. Of course, Goki getting a bit of play. Solid Soldiers getting a wee bit of play for heroes, I'd say now. Keeper of Dragon Magic, pretty cool card. Yeah, just scrolling through. There's some support for all these different cards. Junk Breaker for the Synchro deck. Amazoness Spy. It's good to see Amazoness still getting a bit of play. That card was pretty good a couple of years ago. Yeah, I've got a good variety of some of the sets that are pretty much better now. Altergeist is getting a lot of play. Trickstar Light Stage, pretty cool to get that card. I want to get some of the Trickstar cards, but they're a lot of money to get. A bit of a tongue twister there. Break Off Trap Hole, Die Dance. Got a good mixture there. And yeah, just to wrap up this binder, guys, pretty much just a few of the traps from the movie pack 18, and now we'll move forward to the next binder. Next binder, guys, is Clash of the Rebellion. So this set featured some of the Ignites. Ignites didn't really take off as much as what people thought. Now we've got some Performer Powers and that coming up. Just quickly letting people take that all in. Pretty much got a play set of most things in this set. Yeah, most of the pendulum type stuff is Ignites and Performer Powers in this. Got a very cool print of High Speed Droid Kendama. Gets a wee bit of play, like it got a bit of a play a couple of years ago. Kaiju's one of the most annoying sets of all time. Pretty much a special summon a monster on their side of the field, play a Kaiju on your side of the field, and you instantly got an advantage. Yeah, a few Cosmos in this set. Cosmos are pretty cool archetype based off Star Wars and The Wizard of Oz. So, yeah, a lot of performage. Toon Cyber Dragon. I like collecting two monsters. I like the Toon Dark Magician girl. That's my favourite one. Toon Dark Magician. A couple of DD cards there. Got Cosmo Slipwriter. Oh, we even have Melodious in this set. Good old Melodious Diva lock, got shown by a good friend of mine on Legacy of the Duelist. Very hard to break that lock. Just quickly going through this, few Raid Raptor cards. Oh, Keeper of the Shrine, that's a pretty good card for, I believe, Red Eyes decks. Yeah, just quickly going through this now, guys. We're in a bit of a rhythm now. We've gone through a few binders. Trying to showcase the whole collection, and we've got a lot of binders to go, so we're just trying to get through some of these as quickly as possible. Aramage, they on Duel Links are quite fun to play. This with Aroma Garden, and you've got Rosemary, you've got Bergamot, and things like that. Pretty cool deck to play on there. More Red Eye support. Getting into the some of the spells of this set. Bubbleberry, got a play set of those. Got a rank up card. That's dominant in the XYZ rank up type hero. Oh, we're just talking about Aroma Garden. There it is there. I must have got it instead. Play set of Secret Blast. Now you can play those type of like burn decks that are not very fun to play against. I think last year, pretty much when the meta was up in the air, someone won with a burn deck and instantly Konami hit all those cards. Well, limited to 1 or 2, we'll put them on the ban list. Yeah, just a few of the other traps here from this Clash of Rebellion set. Quite a good set actually. We got good value from this set. Didn't even take that in. Pretty much now starting with Crimson Crisis. So Flying Fortress, Skyfire, you need Summon Reactor, you need Trap Reactor and Spell Reactor on the field. Get him out, but he's next to impossible to get out in times. Like that print of Dark Voltanus. Black Wings, there's so many cool Black Wing combos that you can pull off, it's amazing. Crow was such a good character in 5D, he's such a interesting character with his Signer Dragon, even though his Signer card was not played too much. His Black Wing Armored Master was preferred. Classic 5Ds cards here. If we got, yeah, we did. We got the playset of Trap Reactor. Yeah, just interesting to see Crimson Crisis. They were in a lot of tins around that time. Just seemed to always get a Crimson Crisis pack. Morphtronics, pretty much just been announced in the new mini box in Duel Links at the time of recording this. Just giving people a good chance to quickly look at them. A few frog cards coming up. Your frogs are actually pretty surprisingly good if you get the right sort of combinations. Like Frog Monarcha, for example, a pretty strong sort of mix. A lot of super solar nutrient. There's a few cards that are standing out for me. 6 Scrolls of the Six Samurai, one of the all-time coolest archetypes, I reckon. In most people's eyes, if they were a top 100 archetype, 6 Samurais would probably feature right up there. Got a few Glad Beast cards. Gladiator Beast had that Gladiator's Assault set, special edition that we opened. That was a pretty cool set. like that set's actually worth a lot of money, like the normal box. It was pretty good to get the special edition anyway. Just more Morphtronic support there. Classic card, you play that with Summon Skullmaku, the Magical Mist. I've got an alien card there. Five on arrows from that set. The reason why I've sleeved all the cards too, guys, is just to try and keep all my Yu-Gi-Oh cards in one spot. So if you're thinking, why all these cards in the binder, it's just for order purposes, and when I want to do profiles and whatnot, it's just easier to find things as well. Just a few of the track cards from Crimson Crisis. We're just about through Crimson Crisis. Yeah, pretty much that's... yeah, Crimson Crisis was quite a good set for us from memory. Just trying to think what this set here was. I think this set here... Shadows of Valhalla. This is one of the newest sets that come out in 2018 that's coming up. So, Link Monster, and... The set had a bit of everything actually. It had Pendulum, it had XYZ, it had Synchro, had a few fusion cards. I think Invoked may get a bit of play again, just with the meta being the way it is at the moment. Alameda Heroes getting a lot of support at the moment due to Heroes getting a few cards off the ban list, like Super Poly back to 1, A Hero Lives at 1, and Stratos back as well. There's the Seth Rollins lookalike there. I knew I'd get a reaction. We've got Skiller and Z24 watching on. I just seen if he would laugh at that. Yeah, this set has a bit of everything. Miramal made a bit of a comeback in this set. Introduction to the cards from Waking the Dragon Zero. Got the Fortune Chariot there. Got Valkyries. Alistair the Invoker. Yeah, it was a set really for ninjas as well. Ninjas have been dormant for a long time, like they had their time. Now they've made a bit of a comeback again. Got a few Scarabs, Neospatians. Neospatians got a few support cards that they're trying to make them really good. And now we're getting to the good part of the thing. Pretty much a few of the spells. Okay, it seemed our camera went out just before. We got it back and up and running again. We had to go and charge it. So just quickly scrolling through the rest of Shadows of Valhalla. Just quickly get through them. Of course, I was mentioning Neospatians making a bit of a comeback of late. Hopefully we get some of their new support very, very shortly. A few other cards for Valkyrie and Cyberdarks. Cyberdarks have got a few more cards of late as well, so Cyber Dragon is mentioned. Golden Bamboo Sword. I remember you could use Bamboo Sword and Broken Bamboo Sword to draw multiple cards. It was used for Bamboo at Zodia at one point. Shadow Fusion. Pretty much, I believe when their cards come back of late, I can't remember, but it was a very good deck in its time with Construct. Which is your more ninja cards. Quickly scrolling through here. This is, I think, Dragons of Legend 3. Just quickly scroll through some of the good cards. Some really good Raid Raptor cards. There we got a couple of foils. This set had great variety, I have to say. Flaracardian. Pretty much, I thought that would have been a pretty interesting deck to play, but it turns out this is one of those decks that are pretty hard to use against some of the meta decks. But anyhow, some cards that you can use with like, yeah, for Waking the Dragons, pretty much. Angel Dakini. More Flower Cardian stuff. I'll have to build a deck around these guys, see if I can build them. Good old Snowplow Hustle Rustle. Pretty much what you do is you play a back row card. Pretty much when someone's about to attack you, you activate this from your hand and then put it onto the field, destroy all your back row and inflict damage. Pretty much the card. Night Express Knight's pretty easy to get out into the field too. Build that with train decks. As you can see, we've got the Legendary Knight Credius and Timaeus there. Guardian Dead Scythe, that's what Raphael used in the anime. It's had a great variety, had a few performer powers in it as well. Curry Bandit. A couple of Seal of Orichalcos, and pretty much the old Seal was putting souls away in the old Yu-Gi-Oh anime. Quickly getting through this set, guys. Pretty much, yeah, some of the spells, Fang of Credius, I like Timaeus. Yeah, just give in a good look at that before we go to the next binder. Binders here, guys, with Raging Tempest here. Raging Tempest was pretty famous for having the Zodiac cards, which they dominated in 2016 before they got heavily hit, but we'll move towards those in a very short while. So here's some of the cards we collected. XYZ Pendulum cards. Giving people a good look at those. Some very interesting art types popped up in here. Pretty much I'll just give the people a good time to look at them now. Don't think in this Raging Tempest set either we didn't get the really out and out good Zodiac cards, but overall I'd love to build them even if they are on the ban list at full strength to see what they would be like to play. This is when I was just starting to get back into Yu-Gi-Oh! Shinobird there. Of course back then dinos were getting a bit of play. They got a structured deck, Dino Smashes Fury or something like that back when this set was out. Of course you got a few of the few new Speedroids in this set. Speedroid's a good sort of engine, Tuckenberg and the other one that mix in with some other decks quite well. Just some more Zoo cards here, Zodiac cards. Spirals are quite fun to play. I don't mind playing with spirals. Of course this set had a few new cards for the Ancient Gears as well. Right, Princess, use that in King of the Skull Servant decks. Remember those decks? People showing me them getting annihilated by them by 10,000 plus attack King of the Skull Servants that you couldn't get rid of. Yoko Tuna. It reminds me of Yokozuna somehow. The name of that card. Like that print of Windwitch Snowbell, my favourite prints from this set that I managed to get. Just a few different support cards for the different archetypes, guys. Super Quantal. I've actually got the Ace Monster for that deck too, that we will come across at some point. Yeah, this set had a bit of everything. Ritual Beast support. Let's quickly scroll through those. Oh, I'd even had rank up. Rocket Hand. Yeah, overall, we'll just quickly get through this so we can get to the next set in particular here. So, a couple of nice wee prints here. Like some of the spiral cards are very hard to get. They're very expensive too. Like I've managed to get quite lucky and get quite a few of the cards there. Love to play Ancient Gear with all their new support and whatnot. I've only managed to play it really on like Legacy of Duels, Yu-Gi-Oh! Pro and Duel Links. Massive Morph, we've talked about Massive Morph already. So this set here that we're moving on to now is Breakers of Shadow. This is really a Pendulum Era set. Despot's amazing to play. I love playing Despot. So you can OTK with these guys so easy if you get the right sort of setup. Set at great variety too. Super heavy samurais. You play those guys in defense and they can attack from the defensive position. Pretty unique sort of deck. I like uniqueness in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh. Of course, we've got a few Dynamis cards. Pretty much lethal combo with Spinos. Don't know if I've got Spinos in this set, but he's a pretty powerful card if you get the right sort of setup. So we've got a few counter fairies. Quickly scroll through this. Magispector, they can pretty much get a really awkward board out. He's just one of them. He's a very good pull too from that set. Wow, we got a lot of pendulums from this set. Probably one of the sets that were really heavily favoured towards the pendulum sets. More performance powers, of course. Right, we're moving forward now. We've got the only XYZ we got, and the only Synchro, and the only Fusion. Pretty much Go-Yo support. Those two cards. Good old Kaiju's popping up again in another set. Love the Toon concept of Toon Buster Blader. I wish they would print more sort of Toon based cards. Oh, this set even had Cosmos. Yeah, Cosmos had a bit of play back in the day. Like, I think they still get play every now and then. Got Buster Blader support, which is just coming to the game of Duel Links. Pretty amazing deck in Duel Links at the moment. It's pretty broken with the DNA surgery. But Melodious, yeah, this set had a bit of everything. Lumirage. Melodious. Quickly scroll through this. One of the key monsters for the Cosmos, old Tin Can. Pretty much you can go into stronger monsters from him. Got a heap of the Dominic Parallel, which is for Dynamist. Shiranui. I believe Shiranui got a wee bit of support of late too. Spectre, of course. This will support spell and trap cards coming out for the archetypes that are in this set. Let's go through here. Pretty much to get the fusion for the Buster Blader out. Right, everyone's had a reasonable look at those, and this set here is the Dark Illusion set. DDDs featured in this. I love what they're based off, famous characters like Nikola Tesla, I believe that is, and I don't know the guy Thomas, but off the top of my head, but pretty much a cool deck to play. Hope they get more support in the future. Because some of these sets that we're seeing now, I've put these sets deliberately together, they're all basically pendulum sets to help build some decks. Of course, Metal Foes, pretty much we haven't talked too much about them. Just in the previous set, I believe we had, well, the previous binder, I think we were talking about train cards. This is one of the train cards that you can get out. It's pretty much a new one too, but yeah, the Super Dreadnought cards are pretty fun to play. If you can get the one that you take a material off and inflict 2,000 damage, it's pretty interesting. The opponent has to get rid of it really quickly. Black Wings. One of my all-time favourite archetypes. It's pretty much just some commons that are in the set, and more support for the archetypes like the trains. Got some ninja support, Performer Power, Blackwing. Then people take some of these things in very quickly so we can move to the other binders. Cool foil that, Spell Strider. Oh, we had some more spiral support in this. Magician's Robe, pretty much a must for Dark Magician builds. Give him a good look at those. I do see in, I think it's Soul Fusion, I believe Patchwork got printed for them, so a lot of a buy out of late with Fluffle / Frightfur. Of course, some more Dark Magician support there. Of course, Dark Illusions, of course, was a Dark Magician set, and I believe Maddie K got quite a few good cards from that set as well, which his collection will be shown sometime next year. More Paleozoic support. Of course, Paleozoic, one of the unique sort of trap decks that are going around at the moment. Of course, as mentioned, my favourite Paleozoic's that guy there. He's so useful, so acts as a temporary like floodgate trap hole. Forceful Checkpoint, that's a pretty unique card to pull from that set. And anyhow guys, we'll move to the next binder. Okay, we move to the next binder. Photon Shockwave is their next set, guys. Pretty much Larval feature in this set. Quite a bit, a few ninja support cards there. Yeah, this set had reasonable good variety. Pretty much Evolvesaur. It had the Watt cards and the Wind-Up cards. Wind-Up were pretty cool to play back in the day. Junk Defender, Junk sort of getting a bit more play of late with the new support cards in the tin, and also getting a bit of play on Duel Links as well. Good old Shark Stickers. What you do here is you play a fish monster, activate that, and then you can basically go into an XYZ summon. Naturia are pretty good with Barkion and Beast for their synchros. Good old Rye Rider, pretty much if you play a Rye Rider and the opponent attacks it, where this attacks a monster, pretty much it can't attack for the rest of the time it's on the field. It's pretty clever card actually. Pretty annoying card to go up against. Good old Needle Sunfish, pretty much Needle Sunfish. Quite an annoying monster as well. When it gets destroyed, opponent that attacked it loses 500 attack. Just quickly scroll through some of these. Some Ice Barrier cards. Volatile. Of course, feature here Ponkono and Okono. Stinging Swordsman, play this guy, make him attack directly, try and protect them. Return all spell and traps back to the opponent's hand. Love the foil of Extricate. I don't know what it does for the life of me. Don't know what deck it works with, but I just love the print of that card. Ego Boost is quite useful, boosting a monster temporarily 1,000 points. Scroll through these. One day at peace, pretty much everyone knows what that does. Draw a card and then no one takes any battle damage for a turn. Oh, this card's so annoying. At Traffic Control, pretty much if you've got 3 monsters or more on the field, you can't attack if you're the opponent. Let's quickly scroll through some of these. Pretty useful card, Old Coffee Knight. When you play a warrior card, pretty much can duplicate it with that, and then pretty much you can make a XYZ summon pretty easily. Yeah, Mirror Mail is one of those sort of cards that are quite useful when a high level monster attacks one of your weaker sort of monsters. You flip and play that. Pretty much it just matches the strong monster's attack, and you pretty much have suiciding into each other there. Get us all support for the decks. Yep. Luminize is a good card to use in, say, Galaxy Eye decks. Kite, just referring to Duelist Experiences, plays that quite a bit. Boost up his monster's attack to severely high level, and usually wipes out your monster. That card, Fiery Fever, pretty much quite useful if a monster's got a different attack. Pretty much you can take advantage of that with that card. Good old Blue Eyes support card there, Champion's Vigilance. And now we're moving to one of my favourite sets that we've ever opened, the Dark Side Dimension set. This set had such amazing pulls and amazing cards in it from the movie. We'll get to some of my favourites very, very shortly. In my favourite binder, that'll be probably in the last binder, but anyhow. Got the Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Just love the foil and artwork from this. So the main villain was Ogami. I think that's how you say his name. He run Cubics, and that was his ace monster. And you're going to see quite a bit of support for Kyber, a bit for Yugi, and a bit for Ogami. So you've got the Deep Eyes. Comes in another Blue Eyes print. We've got so many Blue Eyes cards. Lord Gaia, the Fierce Knight. Gaia's had so many different prints. He's had like Swift Gaia, and there's just Lord Gaia there. Pretty much the different Magician Girls. We've had Dark Magician Girl, Kiwi Magician Girl. I think I've got Berry and the other one, Gold Gadget. Pretty cool to see another gadget being added to the game for people to play with. Of course, Yugi couldn't have a deck without another Celtic Guardian of sorts. Pretty useful attack and useful defense, 4-star monster. Here we go, there's Chocolate Magician Girl and Apple Magician Girl on that side of this binder. Century Soldier of Stone, pretty much a homage to Giant Soldier of Stone. Cubic support Lemon Magician Girl. I'm pretty sure we got all the Magician Girls. There's Berry there. Clear Krebo, another Krebo card out of nowhere. Marsh Macaron, pretty much same sort of family as Marshmelon. Still some of the support cards for these decks. Magical Contract Door, Cubic support. Scroll through some of these. Yeah, some of the cards that I pulled, of course, as mentioned, are in my favourite binder. That binder's got some really epic cards, and I can't wait to show that binder. Like I said, we're going to get through all these other binders first. Scroll through some of these. Yeah, pretty much this set got reprinted of late. It was very bizarre, but back when the movie came out, it's a pretty amazing set. I just don't think it needed the extra print. Okay, so now we're moving on to Duelist Saga. One of my favourite XYZ cards, Castle, the Skyblaster Musketeer. Pretty useful card actually. Pretty much can, I think, return a monster back to the hand with deck from memory. Also Lagio. Pretty much had a tin of him. Of course, some of the really awesome pulls from that Duelist Saga set. Cosmo Blazer Dragon, Black Rose Dragon. Armatile the Chaos Fan. Pretty much you got to get Uriah, Hamon, and Ramon, the Sacred Beast, to get him out. Next to impossible to get out. It would be a challenge to get him out and say a duel against friends. Of course, in that set, we've got both Blue Eyes and Dark Magician. Of course, this was the first printing of Dearbound Colonel. That's Bakura's monster, so we waited a long time for that one to pop in. Gozuki, a pretty good card to run, and Zombie. Good old Jinzo. I remember Skiller and Z pulling him in the very last pack of my Duelist Saga battle with Medikay. So Mizuki, pretty much him and Gozuki work together quite well. Got Vision Hero up there. Bro Hunter, Pa Hunter, and Ma Hunter. Pretty much is what you do with those guys. You play one, play another, and then another, and it's an easy way of getting back in those times, an XYZ something out. So this slot here, just down there very quickly, is another Magician of Faith. I've got Magician of Faith pulled aside for a Yugi not Duelist Kingdom profile, maybe. No, it is Duelist Kingdom profile. Just other cards of note here. Tour Guide from the Underworld. Pretty good card back in the time. Gale the Whirlwind, Black Wing card that could do amazing things. Very good tuner card for Black Wings. Of course, the good old Junk Synchron for U sizes here. This set was pretty good. I wish they released more sets of this. So Duelist Saga 2 would be quite cool if we did see that. Quickly scrolling through this. Any notable things here? Necro Valley, good for Gravekeepers. Pretty much a very good card back in the day. So was Soul Charge, actually. Skydive Scorcher, that is hero support. Polar Duality, such a good card, Polar Duality. Just looking at the next three cards of your deck and then picking a card from it. Very useful. And then you get a shuffle, of course, if you haven't got a favourable sort of draw. Just quickly scrolling through there. This set here is Magic Ruler. Now it quickly got changed to Spell Ruler, but I managed to get Magic Ruler packs. They're not first edition, these ones, but some of the classic ritual cards. Crab Turtle, Hungry Burger. I wish they did an archetype on Hungry Burger. That would have been so awesome if they did a support type thing for him. But yes, you're going to see some really classic cards now from way back in the day. Performance of Sword, good old Relinquished. You pretty much, some of these cards have been mentioned in some of the other binders, but wow, it's just amazing to look back and where Yu-Gi-Oh's come from to now with the link summoning and whatnot. Because if you look, 1800, 1900 for 6 stars, not that good in terms of today's play, but very good back in the day. Yeah, so a lot of interesting things. Good old Labyrinth Wall, Paradox Brothers. Just quickly scroll through some of these. Yeah, love some of these old classic cards with the descriptions and everything too. They had interesting stories and that behind them. Good look at that. Sonic Bird was good at getting a ritual spell into your hand. Say for example you want to get Relinquished. Black Illusion Ritual or something, you pretty much use him. But yeah, the nostalgia of some of these cards sure brings up memories of some of the old anime when I watched it when I was a lot younger. Good old Mother Grizzly, pretty much he would get destroyed, and then you bring out something like a Catapult Turtle back in the day, flip it in defense, tribute all your monsters and slowly burn your opponent's life points back in the times. If you had good back row you could easily do that. Yeah, look at some of these cards. These cards pretty much 950, 800 defense, 3-star, normal monster. They wouldn't see the light of day today. Good old Penguin Knight. I wish they did more stuff with penguins. Like there has been a bit of penguin support, but I'd love to see like a Link penguin and maybe a few new penguins come out. Redbeard Elite. If you're watching this video at this point, there is your card from way back when Duel Links started. Good old Karate Man. I remember you used to play that all the time in that laugh of yours. Good old Cyberjar. Pretty much, there's a reason why it's banned if you read the effect of that. Yeah, like I said, amazing cards back in the day, like some of the power-ups back in the day, the Reliable Guardian, boosting your monsters by 700 defense for a turn. That could have been quite useful back in the day. Of course, we've got some of the ritual cards here. Total Oath, Hamburger Recipe. Of course, a Sentry. That was a really good field spell, actually, just increasing your monsters all by 500 defense. And with that reliable Guardian combo, you could potentially give yourself an extra 1200 defense. Quick look at this. That card was pretty interesting. Toll. Pay 500 points. Mystic Plasma Zone was a field power up, so it was Rising Air Current. Let's quickly scroll through these. Oh, good old Ego Gaboon. Okay, what is these cards here? Okay, this set here was the box with Yu-Gi and Kyber collection in it, so just some of the cards that I managed to pull from there, and Dark Magician Girl is another place. But yeah, got some really interesting pulls, some classic Yu-Gi cards here. Of course, get to the end, and there's Duelist Pack Kyber, the only pack that I got, and that's next binder, guys. So this is from the special edition Gladiator's Assault. So we got Dark Crisis cards here in this set. So just quickly going across. Some Archfiends in there. Archfiends, pretty interesting concept. If you don't have Pandemonium on the field, pretty much you have to pay life points to them off. Of course, we had a Spirit Monster just down there. Some really classic cards here, to say the least. Kalbic Classic Isuzu card, Dark Scorpion, pretty much that featured in GX, more Archfiend cards. So this is a GX sort of base set that we're looking at the moment. So the Shinado's Arc, pretty much that is Noah Kyber's card. Well, it's the Ritual to Players card. A few of the spells. Some interesting spells here. Yeah, of course, I was talking about Pandemonium just before. Drag Down to the Grave's an interesting card too. Yeah, see, both you and your opponent send a card each to the graveyard. Shooting Star Bow Seal, pretty much Raphael type cards from Yu-Gi-Oh! Good old Ojama Trio. That's such a trolly card to play against other people. Pretty much you give them Ojama tokens. Pretty much robs them of monster spaces. Rightio, so pretty much we're moving towards the Gladiator's Assault stuff, but as you can see I've got a few Phantom of Chaos, play set of all those. A few alien cards floating in here. Also you'll see the old Cloudian and Ancient Gear in here as well, but mostly you'll see the Gladiator Beast cards, which are, like I said, a pretty unique concept. The old tagging in and out and using their effects to your advantage. They are getting a bit of play in Duel Links again. They're making a bit of a comeback. So just some more Gladiator Beast stuff. Just wish Cloudian's got a bit more support. That would be quite cool to play again, just with being hard to destroy while they're on the field. Yeah, decent variety in this set. We've got a Stealth Roid, of course Roids are associated with Cyrus. A few Six Samurais floating in here. Rightio, so we'll move to the spells now. Pretty much just supporting like your Gladiator Beast and your Cloudians from this set and Six Samurais. Let's give a good look at them. Few hero cards here and there, support cards, like you got your Contact Out, the odd alien support card in here as well. Natural Disasters is a pretty cool card to play with Cloudians. yeah, with the set there was a lot of duplicates, but the set was very hard to come by. Like, so we had to get it special edition. We couldn't get it first edition. It's just far too much money. But it's good to see that we managed to pick up that set and get a whole lot of Gladiator Beast stuff, which could be quite useful to build a profile on that a bit later on. Let's go through that. So now we are moving on to new challengers. So new challengers had Clipboard Shell, a lot of performer powers again that you're going to see. Herald of the Arclight, that's not a bad card actually. Got Towers up here, Melodious. Ultra Athlete, my favourite archetype, my favourite all-time cards, Ultra Athlete, Mighty Slugger. I think I've got him somewhere in one of these sets that will be coming up. Stellar Knights. Pretty good deck for people to learn that deck, I reckon. You can play some pretty cool combos off that. I've been watching a bit of Simo, he was talking about that a wee while back. Oh, I've got more Super Heavy Samurais in here. More Melodious support. The Do cards. These cards here are equipped to like Utopia, I think. Those ones. They're pretty handy to give it Utopia like extra attack. I'm not sure if it's necessary that one, but there are definitely ones probably coming up in some of the binders that will showcase that. Few Fluffles floating around in this set, as people are well aware. Fluffles were really good in their time. Like, if you could get their combo out, you could absolutely OTK with the right setup. Of course, a few Fluffle Bears, Edge Imp Sabres, Burning Abyss cards. Burning Abyss sort of float in and out of formats depending on what's relevant at the time. Burning Abyss is such effective weapons to use against your opponent without going into too much detail there. Just more Super Heavy Samurais, a couple of Despots floated up in this set, a few Fairy cards, Super Heavy Samurai, Block Spider, Fluffle Cat and Rabbit. Don't know if Fluffle Cat and Rabbit are played too much in the out and out Fluffle deck. Have to check that up. Like, I don't know. I know most of the decks reasonably well, but just some of them I will have to have a look and see how people play them and whatnot, and the different styles of how to play these sort of decks. Yeah, just pretty much all the support that you can get for the cards that are in the set. We've got a few Monarch cards there. Good old Ultra Athlete Power Jersey. Put that on, say, Mighty Slugger. If you've got a card in attack mode, do double the damage, or even something like Dreadnought Dunker, do double the damage, piercing damage and defense, and then you can attack again with that card. Usually you'll be attacking for game. Wonder Balloons is quite a cool card to play as well. Let's quickly go through there. Of course, Toy Vendor, crucial for the old Fluffles. Another Bamboo Sword card that we are just talking about in one of the other binders a couple ago. A few Yang Zing support cards. I've got a few Yang Zing cards coming up in the binders up ahead. Cool Foil Fusion Reserve. Absolutely love that card. I love the artwork of that card. Rightio, so we now are moving on to, I think this is Storm of Ragnarok, I believe it is. So we've got more Blackwing. So this set's basically Synchro Hero type stuff. Worm cards. You make pretty cool Worm decks. Just wish, again, they got more support. That card is a pain in the neck. Recent Legendary Hero decks. These guys got a bit of a reprint again. Hopefully they're right to play with when I get that set. Classic old school card, Hourglass of Courage. Karakuris were floating around in here too. Karakuris are pretty cool to play too. Got a few scraps. Yeah, this set's not bad actually. Good value for this set as well. spirit monsters floating in here and there. Legendary 6 Samurais. There's so many cool archetypes out there that I have to explore. Haven't really looked at some of these decks, but it'll be just cool to see their style and how they mash up against some other decks. People quickly take those in. A few Watt cards in here as well. Good old Needlerball. That's such a silly effect, that card. Doppel Warrior. Got a few, got a Resonator there too. That's a pretty cool print. I love that print as well. Pretty much that guitar reminds me of the guitar I've got at home. I've got an electric guitar. Sort of reminds me of that print. Resonator. Classic old Cyber Shield for the old harpy ladies. Yeah, just let people take that in very quickly. Cameraman's trying to adjust a wee bit. I think I'm pushing the marker away just a tad on him. Just let him take his time so we can get those cards in. Pretty cool print of that, like the rarity of that. Don't know how good that is though. Yeah, just so people take it in. Of course, a few trap monsters floating in there. We've talked about them, I think, already. Of course, Tiki Soul, and doesn't work without Tiki Curse. I've got a few solemn cards floating in there. I do have Judgment and a few of the other ones in the sets to come. But anyhow, guys, we will move to the next binder. Right, next binder, guys. Dark Beginning 2, a really old set. Really Raptor picked up 24 loose packs of this, so you're going to see some classic nostalgia cards. Pretty much seen some of these in the older set, so we'll just quickly try and scroll through some of these. Thunder Dragon, of course, got a lot of support late, and actually one of the meta decks in real life Yu-Gi-Oh! At the moment. Soul Fusion. Here's some classic nostalgia cards here. We're just looking at Dark Scorpion cards before. Burglars is not a bad card. Draw a Priest, a Spirit card again. Bristow Butcher, pretty much your opponents can draw 2 cards. Pretty much I don't think too many people will play that anymore. Yeah, look at some of the classic cards here. We've got good old Perma Turtle, Rukishin Parrot, and one of Kaiba's first ever decks. Baby Dragon. Skull Knight number 2. Of course, Skull Knight, first one's the best one. Never White Rabbit, such an annoying card to deal with. Pretty much some of these cards here, like the ones that you've just on screen now, pretty much they are Link monsters now, so they've converted Mr. Boy, Wee Witch's Appearance, I don't know how to pronounce his name properly, and I don't know the Bladefly one off the top of my head. Muka. You could really beef up Muka back in the day. Now we're into the spells from Dark Beginning. Eventual Bog Spirit, pretty much play a monster, then you can't attack for the next turn. Pretty interesting card. Secret Paths of Treasures for those that played Duel Links, the old Gravekeeper's Vassal and Ojama type setup. Just scroll and see some of these. Reinforcement Army. Scroll and see some of these. Don't really need to talk too much about these. I think most people know what these do. Ominous Fortune Telling, pretty much guess either monster spell or trap in your opponent's hand and deal damage to them. Not a bad wee card there. Always a decent chance of guessing what sort of cards are in people's hands. Doing damage is another added bonus. Take that Ordeal of a Traveller. Decent board. Good old Needle Wall, that's a pretty nasty card to run into as well. Just trying to work out this. Okay, this is the Striker Neos, this next set coming up. So all the rituals that we got with this set, we got 4 cards of that guy there. Pretty basic ritual monster. Pretty much you need, I think, normal monsters in the graveyard to boost his attack a little bit. Yeah, we got a lot of duplicates here. Just quickly scroll through some of these because we're seeing some of these cards already in some of the other sets. They do reprint a lot of the same cards over and over again in sets just to fill them up a little bit. Pretty much I think it's really hard to see Silent Abyss on the camera. But it's a pretty cool card when you look at it up close. Of course, the Striker Neo set is pretty much the 6 Samurai set, so there's a lot of 6 Samurais here that we're about to go through. So we've got Zanji and Iru there. Got Nasashi there. Of course, that Team Samurai guy, whatever his name is on YouTube, I can't think of the name off the top of his head. I do watch his videos quite a bit. He loves his 6 Samurais. That's what his channel was originally going to be based off, all 6 Samurai cards. Team Samurai X1, that's his name, top of my head. Just remembered it just then. Of course, we talked about Neo-Spacians before. We've got another 6 Samurai, Yaritza. Yeah, just going to showcase most of the 6 Samurais. This is their set, really. Yai-Chi. Come on. We've got a few Dark World cards. Dark Worlds and just going back to Duel Links again, so hard to build because of the fact that they've got an Ultra in one set and then an Ultra in the other. Good friend that comes in my Twitch streams quite a bit keeps mentioning that to me. I'd love to build Dark Worlds myself on that game, but I'm only a free-to-play player. Of course, all the spells and that now, we've pretty much covered some of these cards already. Let's scroll through some of these. I've given people a good opportunity to look into this. I'll think of that set in a minute off the top of my head that we're approached now. So it's got BES. That card there pretty much stops trap cards. It's unaffected by them. This is a GX set anyway. Off the top of my head. I think it's Shadows of Infinity. I'm pretty sure it's Shadows of Infinity, that set, because of the fact with our set we got a Fatria box and we got a lot of rares. Oh yeah, it is, it's definitely this set. But a few cool prints in it all the same that we're just going to quickly go across. Some interesting cards, interesting concepts over the years of the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Itself. Take that in. There's so many rares in this set. Every second pack it was like just the whole pack of rares. Take that in. Opportunity to look at that. Yeah, a lot of hero stuff in here, and Ancient Gear again. Ancient Gear's been printed in so many sets. A few Goblin cards. A few of the Goblin cards are pretty cool, like the Thanksgiving card. And that you can pretty much draw a lot of cards if you get your setup right with goblins. Okay, cool. Pretty much, we're just about to slot over to here. Just more of the set itself, because there are so many cards in the set that we got. And I've obviously misorganised them a bit, but hey, that's all cool. We can see some of these cards quickly again, because we've got some different ones here. So quickly scroll through that, because I think we've seen most of these. That card's pretty good to put your opponent's monsters into defense mode. Few different cards here. I think this is a tin that we're about to come across. Yeah, it is. I think pretty sure this is a tin. Pretty much Dark Bright was the main feature of the tin. God, Honest is such a good card to have in hand, especially if you've got a light monster on the field. Quickly scroll through that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure in this tin there are quite a few different sets, or packs, so you're going to see a bit of variety in this little section here. That card's pretty bizarre. Fine, discard 2 cards. Hero Counterattack's pretty useful card for the old hero decks. Now this is the Red Eyes sort of structure deck that was released probably a few years ago now. Pretty much the Darkness Dragon being the main feature of it. A normal Red Eyes Black Dragon, Dragon. A lot of unique dragons in the set. Not a bad beater, Luster Dragon. Of course, Mars Dragon was quite useful getting another dragon out. We scroll quickly through the structure deck. Play set of Stamping Destruction in that as well. A few useful cards in this set. Like these structure decks here are for advanced players, that said. So we've got Nobleman of Crossout, pretty much destroy the defensive cards that your opponent plays. Very handy card. Rightio, let's move to the next binder. The next set we're moving on to, guys, is Maximum Crisis. Coast Beef and Mold Turkey. Pretty strange pendulums that make me laugh. Supreme Kinglet. They're pretty cool prints. They're pretty cool in the Arc V anime too. That bit with Zark and that was really good in that series. Bujin card there. Got a bit of variety in this set. Got a Raid Raptor. Zodiac was still prominent around this time. Laurel Rusk. The Ritual card that got randomly printed in this set. Subterrors are quite prominent in this set, and these powerful monsters here are as well. Yeah, there's artifacts. Good to see Artifacts got a wee bit of a reprint here. Of course, more Zoo. Okay, that's my brother's phone going off. That's not mine. Ariel, Princess of the Necros. I'd love to see these guys come back and some sort of play again. They're very, very cool to play. Very unique since they were rituals too. Of course, Performer Powers were really prominent back then. They got print basically in all the sets that were in the Arc V era. Predaplants, I wish they were a bit more prominent as well. That card's pretty good, Barrow Baboon. More of these cards. It'd be interesting to make a deck of those to see how they play. I've never used those cards before, like in Yu-Gi-Oh! Pro or anything like that. Scrolling through some of the spells and that. And just a reminder too, guys, I've filed all the cards into binders just to make it a bit easier for myself to make profiles and that, so I'm not looking for cards. Here's some interesting cards here. Magician's Right Hand, more spell card or Dark Magician support, I think. Quickly scroll through them. Of course, True Draco was quite prominent in this set. True Draco was really good with Masterpiece and that back in the day before it got heavily hit by the ban list that the follow after this set. Spirals were starting to become quite prominent around this time when this set was printed. Like the Zephyr archetype as well. You can do a few things with Zephyr. More of the Zodiac support. Waterfall Dragon Souls, a very useful dragon card that is. Oop. Some more Spiral cards, Phantasm, Phantom Knights. Phantom Knights are pretty cool to play as well. I'll just quickly get through the Maximum Crisis set and go to one of the sets dedicated to Blackwing. So we're starting to look at now the Crow set that was printed. These Blackwing cards, most of them are pretty good, and it was a very interesting collection. Blackwing Armoured Wing. I think we got Blackwing Armoured Master in the set. Matty K may have got that card, but overall it was very good to collect the set. Just have all the stables to make a really good Blackwing deck in the future. There's a very recommended box for any Blackwing player. Yeah, so many endless combinations with Blackwings. You can make different style of Blackwing decks as well, since there's that many of them. Of course, Boar of the Spear being a prominent one on that page. He's reasonably prominent. Gala Whirlwind's good to get a special summon of him, and then a 4-star to get, say, Blackwing Armored Master, or just to generate another Blackwing out. That's a lot of duplicates in these Duelist Pack sets, just because there are limited Blackwings possibly at the time they wanted to give to us at the time. So we'll just quickly scroll through them. But yeah, Crow was pretty much one of the more favoured characters in 5Ds. Everyone liked him, so they turned him from a dark signer to a signer, I believe. Their intended plan was to make him one of the baddies, but he was that popular that they changed him. Scroll through here. Fake Feathers Garden Wines, all Blackwing staples. Quickly give everyone a good look at this Blackwing set before we move to the next set in this binder. Rightio, so the set we're moving on to now, guys, is Flames of Destruction. Pretty much this is when Link started to really explode. They started to give a lot of the old archetypes and some of the newer ones Link monsters. Goki getting a lot of play at the moment, pretty much right up there in the top meta decks. Got Altergeist that are there or thereabouts. A Link monster for the wind-ups. Some of the Link monsters that the old archetypes get, though, they're really good or really bad. And Zektor are pretty cool. You get to equip cards to your Zektors on the field. They're quite useful. Shadowls. Don't know if that's a top enough Link monster for them. They need to be at full strength Shadow though to really get the full effect of that card. Trickstar. We've talked enough about Trickstar in the video so far, so we'll just quickly go and try and move forward. Pretty much these guys I reckon come a few years too late. They needed to come out in the Arc V era. These Crystal Keeper and Crystal Master are really for... They really should have been printed around 2015 because Crystal Beast are not that strong, and that would have given them a wee bit of a boost around the time. Those come in a Link set, which is a bit too late for them. Got a Flaracardian there in that set. Revenge Red. Interesting archetype. Didn't really take off as much as I thought it would. Got some of the Elemental Lords here, World Legacy. More Goki cards. Yeah, Goki. There's so many Goki cards now, but Gokis are pretty strong. So today's meta is currently at the moment, guys, like Thunder Dragon, it's like Trickstar, Sky Striker. This is around the time of the printing of the video. It'll be interesting to see if we do a collection in a year's time to see what the thing is. Meta. Just quickly scrolling through these. Tindangle, pretty cheap deck to assemble, quite fun to play and everything as well. So is Batteryman. A few Batteryman support cards coming into this set. I think some of these cards that they deliberately put in this set are designed for Duel Links a wee bit as well. They're the mobile game. Boy Cotton, pretty good defense, Boy Cotton. Mech Knight's an interesting column-based deck. Hopefully it gets a bit more support as well. Element Sabers, 3 Trolling Trolls. Some interesting names for some of these cards too. Suppose Yu-Gi-Oh's been around that long, you've got to think of some really creative names to get the sales coming through. Trickstar. Another Goki card down there. I'm predicting Cyverse will get a bit more play in the meta sooner or later too. They'll get a couple more support cards down the line, they'll make them a lot stronger. Some more World Legacy support. World Legacies, as mentioned, pretty interesting archetype. A few normal monsters and a few effect monsters. That's what I like about that deck. We look at that. A few Vendread cards. Monster Reborn. Very creative name, Konami, I have to say. FA may get more support down the line. Pretty much like a motorsport type archetype. Trickstar Light Arena there. Let's give you a good look at them. That's the end of the set for that one, Flames of Destruction. Now we're moving on to the Secret Forces. One of my favourite archetypes right there in my top 5, I've mentioned UAs as one, is Yosenju. I like the Yosenju deck just because of 1, 2 and 3. You can do a lot of things with them, sort of can get a really good board. You can return monsters back to hand, you can do quite a bit with it. But those are the Pendulum monsters for them. There's Ritual Beast in this set, great set, I have to say. Really liked what the Secret Forces had to offer. Necros of Unicorn. Got Gishki in here as well. Gishki deserve a bit more support as well. They're quite a cool ritual type to play. Of course, some of the ritual cards that you can use as material. Yeah, Yosenju Kama #1 was in that set. Very good card to get rituals out. Manju of the 10,000 Hands. Always will be prominent in ritual decks. Kama #3. Did I get 2 in this set? I probably did. Probably Maddie K got that on his side, but that's okay. I've got Yosenju Kama 2 in another set. Yeah, one of my favourite sets was a set, Kaka D. Probably alright back in its time, but not as good now. Pretty much tribute the card, draw 2 cards in your phase. Pretty much you want to be quite quick and dominant in Yu-Gi-Oh these days. If you give your opponent one sniff, they'll most likely take it in today's meta. Some interesting cards here. Ritual Cage. Fire Formation is pretty cool. Draw a level 4 or lower Beast Warrior type. That's really useful to get your Yosenjus out from this set. So Release, really classic card back in the day. Burial from Different Dimensions, pretty old too. Of course, Yosenju's one of their main spells, Yosenju Training Grounds. Wrap it up there. One of the cards that I like to talk about, Vanity's Emptiness, was played quite a bit back in the time. This slowed decks down quite a bit. Advanced Ritual Art, love the print of that. Senju's Secret Move is pretty handy to have on the field too to protect your Senjus. And yeah, we'll move on to the next binder. Okay, so this is the 2014 tins, I believe. That guy was the centerpiece on front of the tin. A few interesting XYZ cards. Master Key Beetle's quite useful. Mega Phantom Beast, quite like those guys. Pretty much, if you can get Draco Sack out, the big ace monster, it's quite a hard monster to get off the field. Like that print of Archfiend Commander. Good variety in this set. Sylvans are a unique art shot. They got a bit of flack in Duel Links. They're pretty cool to play outside of Duel Links, so pretty much give them a go in the real TCG and OCG. They're not bad guys to play around with. Bujingi, real horror. You can do a few things with those guys. Battling boxes. We'll talk about battling boxes like with Lejo, etc. Good variety in this tin. Mainly, I am seeing Mega Phantom Beast, Battling Boxers, and Bujingi, and some Brotherhood cards too. Those guys have a very nasty 3 XYZ rank play. Ghost Tricks are in this set as well. Got a few Ghost Trick cards. Trying to think of that Ghost Trick card that you can play, and you have to get so many material on it to automatically win. It's an automatic win condition. I can't think of the card's name. Baby Raccoon. You could mix that up with another deck. Maybe no Jammers. You can really do a nasty combination with those two decks. Will-O-Wisp, pretty much. I think that allows you, if that gets destroyed, to destroy a monster on the field. Magnum Shield's quite interesting card. I like the concept behind it. Pretty much, you gain the defense if the monster's in attack to your attack, etc. If you got this monster in defense, you gain the monster's original attack. Pretty useful card. Monarchs are always going to be somewhere in the meta, in and out, depending on what the meta's like. That's a cool print for Return of the Monarchs. Just quickly scrolling through here. Got a good variety of traps in that tin. Moving on to, I believe, another tin, Heretic Sun, Overlord of the Hippolytus, whatever it's called. I don't know how to pronounce that properly, but this is its tin anyway. We've got some good pulls in that. Leviar, the Sea Dragon, bit of play down there. X-Saber, an archetype that deserves more support, and it's currently getting a wee bit of play in Duel Links since 5Ds has just hit that particular game. Those guys are already in the game. They've printed off some of the cards. They're not bad at the moment. Maleficent Truth Dragon. Yeah, the Galactic Overlord set was with Heretics really dominated, so you're going to see a lot of those cards. We've got a few great variety there. Pretty much that card's quite good. For example, if you're playing a Yuma style deck with Utopia, you throw down a 4-star monster. You can activate that, bam, you've got 2/4, you can go into a rank 4 monster. Good old Rescue Rabbit. Now that card is a pretty good limited edition card. Pretty much you tribute it, get 2 monsters from out of your deck. Level 4, I think, and they had to be a particular type, that maybe Beast Warrior or something like that. Let's go through some of these. A couple of Evolved Tile cards popping up in there. Good look at those. Your Damaged Diet's one of those sort of cards that were around that sync area where you'd play it and you'd maybe able to buy yourself a turn. Pretty much what that card does is half the amount of damage you take per attack for that particular turn. Now we're going to one of our other tins. So this binder is basically where I put some of my, well, basically it's a tin binder. He was the guy on the cover of this particular tin, the Brotherhood card. Love the fact I got that card in the set. Just it enables me to build a really good Harpy deck down the line. Master Key Beetle. The card I was thinking about before with the 3-star Gorgonic monster, that was the card there. He makes the monsters attack 0 for 1 turn. He's just one of those nasty cards. If he haven't got any back row, he'd be easily stopped today, but he was interesting to play back in the day. Got Nightmare Shark. Synchro card there. Not a bad wee Synchro either. Mermal. Chromaly. Yeah, pretty much Trey and Zexal played Chromaly. And I believe someone else played them as well. I can't think off the top of my head. Another Bajingi card. Love Traps Tricks archetype. He pretty much is an archetype that you mix in with other archetypes. It's one of those useful. It's got a useful rank card as well. It's a 4-star one. Of course, Vampire's got a bit of a reprint lately. Pretty much got a Vampire Sorcerer in this set. Pretty interesting card. I like the artwork on some of the Madoche cards, as mentioned. Gargoyle. There's good variety in this set. Fire King New Bell. Much comes to mind with Fire Kings. A few more Ghost Trick cards. Useful card that one is as well. Monsters gain 800 attack. Vampire Kingdom gives your vampires extra 500 attack during your phase, and it's got an additional effect too, which you can destroy a card on the field when something happens. Something pops off that card. I had to read that card in its entirety again. Okay, just ending that tin there, and now we move to one of my favourite collections, guys. That even though I didn't get too many good cards in it, Legendary Collections Joey's World, this particular set that we're looking at now. So some of the classic cards that you could kind of associate with Joey, most of them anyway, were Guild for the Lightning, and that are prominent Joey cards. Got a few Red Eyes support cards. Pretty disappointed I got 3 Red Eyes Zombie Dragons, but hey, it's all good. Red Eyes Black Metal Dragon. Legendary Fiend, if you can make that survive on the field a couple of turns, it'd be quite interesting. A Piercing Dinosaur Monster. Sabersaurus, pretty nice beater back in the day, Sabersaurus, just with that 1900 attack. Blue Flame Swordsman. A few Harvey cards there as well. Classic old Alligator Sword in the old Brooklyn language. Good old Rocker, good Grotto and Harpy Girl. Classic cards back in the day with descriptions. Weak attack, weak defense. Cool print of Red Eyes Baby Chick. A couple of nice prints for the Magic cards here. Reinforcement Army was a good print. Silent Doom. The Phoenix Formation. Also trade in there. Even Magical Stone Excavation was not a bad card back in the day. You could pretty much get a spell card back from the graveyard. Quite useful. Book of Life. The book cards like Book of Life, Book of Moon, not bad cards. You can use them every now and then. Pulse Activation Device. Torrential Tribute, good card to get from this set. Very cool print of Call the Haunted there. I think that may not be. Pretty much classic Joey tokens. The good old Scapegoat saved him quite a few times in the anime, amazingly. Now we'll go into a set that's very hard to come by. Legendary Collection, the GX set. Pretty much some of the other many hero fusions that you can use with him. We've got Storm Neos, Terra Firma, the Great Tornado. Good evil hero there. Pretty happy to get some of these Elemental heroes. Some of them are very hard to come by. You've got to buy individual sets that are pretty old now and cost quite a bit of money. Some of the limited edition cards with this set, they're hard to come by in some sets these days. I think they were all printed in Duelist Saga just a year ago, but back in the day, They had a wee bit of value. I think the Raviel and Shadows of Infinity, I think he was in, has a bit of value. Gladiator Beasts were quite prominent back then. Great Shogun Sheen. Destiny Hero cards. Classic GX cards. So I wonder, I'm very much interested to know what archetype has the most cards in it. Like Elemental Heroes would be right up there for Contender, Black Wings, Performer Powers. Just for example, I think the Performer Powers have probably got the most, but Elemental Heroes had so many over the years. Let's quickly scroll through that. Light Swans. Pretty much really good with the grass looks greener as well. Well, that grass looks greener, sorry. Love that print of card ejector there. Not that great of a card, but just love the print of that. Yeah, we did pretty well with this particular Legendary collection. Would have loved a few more of the Elemental Heroes, but oh well. Justice. People got like those. Now we move on to, I think, one of the very first booster boxes we opened up on the channel, Cross Souls. Pretty much a pendulum dominated base set. Necros, getting a few pendulum cards there. Cool Shadows. Good old Performer Powers popping up again. Ritual Beast. Sistella Knights. Got two different rarities of this card in the set. That was pretty unusual. And of course, as mentioned, Patchwork's coming into the game, so people have bought out the Fright Throwers, so they'll have a wee bit of value at the moment. Melodious. Of course, my favourite archetype, I've already talked about this, Dreadnought Dunk, Arrival Rebounder. Be one of probably the first archetypes I build on the channel is Ultra Athletes. Furanoids. Furanoids are pretty cool to play as well. I got introduced to Furanoids by a good friend of mine, Lord Yushizaki. Who comes to my Twitch channel, by the way. People running who he is. He's a part of my Twitch channel. Super Heavy Samurais. Primitive Butterfly. Primitive Butterfly was quite cool to play back in the day. People, quick look at that side there. Yeah, and one thing I've noticed too by collecting these cards, Burning Abyss cards are really hard to come by. Usually they got some sort of rarity attached to them. Just every now and then Burning Abyss pop up out of the blue in the meta. Fluffle Sheep, we've got the Yosenjus. Got a very unusual card there. Putrid Pudding Body Buddies. Some of the names Konami come up with these cards. I'd be amazed what they're thinking at the time when printing some of these cards. Some very interesting spell cards there. Fight for a Factory. Another Yosenju support card there. Cool rank up card. You got a UA signing deal in there. UA signing deal is one of the pivotal cards in the UA deck, along with Penalty Box. Penalty Box, I think, banishes the monster and brings it back a turn later or something. Some interesting trap cards here. Abyss. Remember that card being in Duel Links Friend Grouping? I think it was in the Card Trader a wee while back. Got a wee bit of play very early Duel Links days. Let's go through some of these. Yes, there's some of the support cards for some of the cards that were in this set that we're getting into now to help them out a bit. And yeah, we'll quickly go on towards the next binder. The next binder, I don't know what all these cards are in here for. I think it's a tin. I just think I put the best card from this tin in my favourite binder, which is going to be the last binder of the video. So we'll just quickly scroll through these cards. So I think we've seen all these. Yeah, of course, this set had 2 6 samurai cards. Snipe Hunter is a pretty interesting card. Keep discarding a card, keep rolling a dice, and if you get the right dice number, you can destroy a monster or monster on the field. Yeah, whatever card was featured on the tin here is obviously in my binder. Quickly scroll through there. Senate Switch got a big buyout, didn't eventuate to anything. People thought column-based plays were going to be the thing. Let's go through here. Now we are moving to a Vorse Raider turn. Pretty much the Vorse Raider turn has some classic cards in it. So we'll just quickly scroll through. Moki King, one of the worst fusions of all time. Pretty hard case in the anime. When Jaden dogged that guy, I can't remember his name, but he played Moki King and all these other cards that associated with it. Of course, the centerpiece of that set was the guy there. Pretty cool print of him, limited edition print. Some classic prints from way back in the day. Harpy Lady 3, Harpy Lady 2. I'm pretty sure that card ended up on the ban list, Tribe Infecting Virus. It's got a pretty good effect. Very good replacement for Earth-based fusions. Ultimate Baseball Kid was a pretty trolly card to play. Good old Penguin Knight. I remember Penguin Soldier quite well. Not as much of a fan of Penguin Knight, but very essential for a Penguin-based deck. Good old Harpy's Hunting Ground we must have gotten that set. Some really classic Yu-Gi-Oh cards coming up on this page. Horn of Light, Burning Land, Tomb World. Final Countdown. I had a good friend of mine play that very well when I used to play Legacy of the Duelist quite a bit on the PlayStation 4. He had a very good deck that had Final Countdown. All these other plays incorporate into it. Fake Trap. If you'd played Duels of the Roses, Fake Trap was prominent. If you finished the duel quickly, you'd always guaranteed to probably get quite a few of those. Secret Barrel. Even Mind Crush was a good card for a while there as well. Let's go through those last few cards. Spirit Barrier is quite a useful card. Pretty much makes you've got a monster on the field, battle damage 0. The Dragon Knight Draco S tin now we're moving on to. A few of the limited edition prints there. Very good limited edition prints in this set, I must say. Dark Dragon was a pretty cool print to get. So was Archfiend of Guilford. Quickly scroll through some of these. Good variety in this tin, I have to say, but nothing really standing out too much. Infinity Beetle, good, very useful in Infinities. Pretty much the basis upon Infinities, you just had to have very little resources in your hand to be able to utilise those guys' effects. Just talking about recently Sabres, been talking about Frogs as well. Got the old Dark Spider. The old Spider had Underground Arachnid as a synchro monster. It was quite useful. Could equip a monster to it, and it was unaffected by spell and traps during the damage step. Reptilian Naga, play that face down pretty much. It wouldn't be destroyed by battle, and your monster that the opponent attacked with would be reduced to 0. So you get some very cool prints in this set. Remember that card, and also Legacy of the Dolls. I will refer to games quite a bit because I remember these cards. Advanced Force was played in the duel in 5Ds when you played the Tragic Avengings. I can't remember the full name of that card, but you needed 3 spells on the field, continuous, to be able to play it. And you could keep bringing it back too, which was quite annoying. Could get 2 tokens from that card there. Meteor Flare, discard 2 cards, inflict 2000 damage. Moving to another tin, guys. Some really good promos in this tin too that we got. Scrap Dragon. The wind-up card was pretty handy. Wind-ups are pretty good. I think the main card on the set was him. Good variety in this set as well. We've seen some of these cards, so we'll just quickly try and scroll through this as quickly as we can. Familiar Possessed cards. I like the artwork of the Familiar Possessed cards. There's quite a few of them around. I think they even got a Link monster just recently because I watched a guy called him Cole40. He's a really knowledgeable guy too. I definitely recommend checking out his channel. Just good sound knowledge of the Yu-Gi-Oh game. I always check in to see what his thoughts are on certain things, and I think he likes that particular archetype there. Very cool print of Bound Wand there. Pretty much I don't know if the foils turn up well on the camera. It'd be interesting to see when I'm editing this to see how well they do appear, but that's a really nice foil anyway. Talked about Berserk Scales. That card there is quite annoying at traffic control. More Heretic support here. Quite a useful card, Luminize. Another tin we're moving on to now, Majestic Star Dragon. One of these tins I got a really awesome amount of luck. I can't remember what tin it was. We got like 3 or 4 really high end up there foils that were worth quite a bit. Surely I'll come across it. I'll know it as soon as I see it anyway, but Quick Draw Synchron, very useful. Discard a card, bring on it, and bring on something else. Usually to have a Synchro monster. Themataurian Centaur wasn't too bad either. You tribute and bring up 2 4-star or under warrior type monsters. Big guy to Piercing. Mortronics. Kokimiru. Love to get all the Fortune Lady cards. Fortune Lady, love another concept of them where you'd play like a field spell, something like Future Visions, and move your monster from play, bring it on the field, it beefs itself up over every turn, it survives on the field. Either more support for that or another archetype like that, please. Just for something a bit different in the meta. Let's go through that. Moving on to another tin, guys. Some of the limited edition cards in this set were quite good. Gimmick Puppet of Strings comes to mind. And even that guy was a very good closer back in the day. Pretty much when the opponent had 100 points or less would have taken that much damage back in those times. Pretty much you'd rank, summon him, put him in defense mode, detach one of your materials, and bammo, you had game. Quickly scroll through here. Karakuri card up the top here, another limited edition print. Pretty cool card. Play him in defense mode, reduce a monster's attack to 0 for the turn. Pretty much, I think this tin was, guys, pretty much Blasted Dragon Ruler Infernos. Remember this quite well. I got a limited edition print and I got an actual print in one of the packs. Cards there. Just quickly scroll through them because we have seen some of these cards now. It's just interesting to see what I got in some of these sets. Stream Dragon Ruler of Droplets. Interesting card there. It's sort of a interesting Dragon Ruler, but not one of the more dominant ones. Of course, more Brotherhood down there. Quite a bit of variety on that page as well. Another Dragon Ruler. Again with the names for those cards. Like that print there of Sacred Sword of 7 Stars. Pretty useful card. Play that as your field spell. Pretty much if you're having a real tough battle. If you played a XYZ monster, pretty much 500 points per monster each turn. Right, we're moving on to another Dragon Ruler set, which is Redox this time. Limited edition print of Gimmick Puppet for Leo. Yeah, this card here, pretty much you get 3 counters on it. If it survives 3 turns, you automatically win the duel. It's one of the very rare win conditions in Yu-Gi-Oh! See how many guys you can name in the comments down below. Like I can think of it, Zodi, I can think of him, Destiny Board. There's one for, I think... I'm going to let people comment on that, see how many they can get. It's got some interesting prints here. Constellar. I've got another one of those guys. Love to see a Dragon Ruler type format come back. They were so dominant back then. Just some of the comments that I got from the tin guys. Just quickly scroll through them. More Brotherhood cards. A few Dragon Ruler cards. Spellbook of the Master. Love the printing of that as well. Pretty much a limited edition from that set. Really enjoy spellbooks too, just a unique concept, as mentioned. Pretty much, guys, that is that binder. We'll get to the next one very shortly. Battles of Legend is our next set in this particular binder, guys. Just quickly scroll through some of these. Elder Guys and a Gaia card. Some interesting pulls that we got through here as well, as you're going to see throughout this set. So I'll just give you a quick look at those. Pretty much this set was the introduction of Leon's deck. Pretty much with like Iron Hands and I think Hexatrue, yeah. A few Elemental Lords there. Honest Neos. He's been reprinted in a few sets of late. He was in Dollar Saga as well. Of course, we got some Noble Knights again, which was quite cool. Pretty interesting archetype. Pretty much in a binder to come. Pretty much they got a special set in Noble Knights of the Round Table. As I was saying, Iron Hands, Iron Knight. Performance Damage Juggler, that's not a bad card. One of those cards is not bad. I use it in my deck. I think it's Trick Clown I use quite a bit in some of my decks. Flying Elephant. Merlin. Quick look at those. Some of the spells from the Battles of Legends set. Those sets are really good, the Battles of Legends. Relentless Revenge, this one. I think there's been 3 of them. All 3 of them have been quite good in terms of prints. That card gets a lot of reprints. Foolish Burial Goods, that was in a tin. use Solemn Judgment. Solemn Judgment's pretty much a hefty price to pay, but you're guaranteed to negate an effect. Now we move on to Pendulum Evolution. I don't know why this set was printed in a booster box. It was mainly a structured deck or something in the OCG, and we got it in booster pack 4. So there's going to be a lot of dupes here. So we've got Historiograph Sorcerer there. Pretty much Pendulum Magician deck got quite heavily played there for a while. It's right up there in terms of the top meta decks. Some very interesting prints here. Yang Zing got a bit of a print there. Some other pendulum based monsters. Yeah, some of the prints are really cool. I like Harmonizing Magician and White Wing Magician there. Give it a quick look at these pretty much, because you are going to see a lot of duplicates in this set. Yeah, Pendulum Evolution was quite cheap too. It was a really good deck for people getting into the back into the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Or new players as well, because it was pretty cheap to assemble. What set is this? Okay, this is the other Battles of Legend set that we're about to come across now. So there's great variety in these sets. A couple Performer Power monsters, Raid Raptor, a couple of really good, nice Raid Raptor cards there, including Final Fortress Falcon, Satellite Cannon Falcon. Just wish they got a few more cards to play with the Raid Raptor. It was pretty cool sort of deck to play around. Of course, a few DDD cards might pop up in the set every now and then. I think that card's just recently come off the ban list. He is a pretty nasty card if you can get him out onto the field. More Phantom Knights of Breaksword. Yeah, just quickly showing you one of the prints there. Of course, Dragooni's got a bit of a reprint in her. One of my favourite Synchro archetype as well. Pretty popular with a lot of people, I think. Got a few Infernoids there. Judgment Dragon, a staple in Light Swans, along with a couple of these Light Swans that are on this particular page here. Lila, pretty useful destroying a back row card, but the only thing goes into defence. Pretty much that got a reprint. Pretty much it's worded differently now because it was too powerful in the form that it was. More Light Swans. Spellbook Magician of Prophecy. Talked a lot about spellbooks so far. Some Destiny Hero stuff. Some Blue Eyes support. Yeah, like I said, Battles of Legend. If you ever see those sets, guys, definitely pick them up. They're well worth the money. So that's that set. So this set here is Dark Saviors. We got extremely lucky with Dark Saviors. And my favourite binder is the really good Sky Strikers card from that set, Mobilize, Engage. But here's some of the Sky Strikers that are in this particular set. So we've got Kagari and Shizuku. Very good to see some Vampire prints again. Made Vampires pretty good, with a few additions like Scarlet Scourge, which is on the next page. Of course, we've got Fur Horrors in this set as well. Fur Horrors recently got a Link Monster, so they should be a little bit better than what they were. Pretty much, I think, initially they're designed for Duel Links play before they get a few more support cards. some of the interesting cards that are not into links for those that do play a wee bit. Bravo is not in the game currently at the moment. Just trying to think what else. Helmer. I think, yeah, I've got Helmer in my set. Yeah, there's just some of the support for hire, and there's a few support cards there. For mainly the Sky Strikers, most of their deck is based around their spell cards, so you're going to see a few of the spells in this particular collection of mine. Have to assemble the deck to see how it plays like too. Some of the new cards I'm not too familiar with. I am familiar with a lot of the cards, and like I've been mentioning, the 2 games that I play quite regularly. Quick look at that set. So, Scapegoat, couple of classic cards. Foolish Burial Gods reprinted again. Useful card, Horn of the Phantom Beast. Pretty much if you get that on a Beast card and attack a few times, you're able to draw 1 or 2 cards depending on how many you've equipped. Mirror Force. This one is Secrets of Eternity, I think, off the top of my head. Got a few Quipwort cards floating in and around some of these sets, so obviously they were quite valuable at the time to get. Just some more Perform Power stuff, more Raid Raptor stuff in here. Gem Knights are pretty cool to play. Gem Knight OTK. For Annoyed, more Ultra Athlete stuff. A lot of variety in here. Yosenjus are in this set. Even Super Heavy Samurai were featuring in the set too. Amazing to see what cards we pulled back in these sets. Just looking over this again. Satella Knights. Golden Form is quite a prickly card to get round if you are playing that style of deck, if he gets a wee bit of a boost. Kokimiru featured in the set too. Oh wow, this set had great variety in it, good value for money. Pretty useful card, Marmite and Captain. A few Burning Abyss cards managed to be pulled from this set. Like mentioning about 10 or 15 minutes ago now, like Burning Abyss are really hard to get because they're all some sort of rare or higher rarity to get. Give them a good chance to look at them. A few more Tronics floated in this set too. Must have added a few at the time to bolster the deck. Through them, pretty much support for those guys. Dragonity support, bit of Monarch support as well. Interesting, pretty cool print. That Good and Evil in the Burning Abyss. I like that print, that card. Interesting cards here. Blaze Accelerator Reload, of course, Volcanic Doomfire springs to mind, and a few of the Volcanics. Right, I'll just let people quickly take them in before we go to the next binder. Binder, just had a quick glimpse at it before we started recording. Structured X, guys, that you could purchase. This one's pretty solid with Exode, Master of the Guard being the ace monster. Mega Rock Dragon, interesting card to play. Pretty much with Mega Rock Dragon, I think it's the amount of cards in the grave. It has to be a specific type, and you get times 700 the attack and defense. Some spirit monsters being printed there. You pretty much just showcasing what's in the thing. So there was a couple of them, 3 giant rats. pretty much a basic structure deck in terms of getting people into the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Some really easy cards to understand, like Brain Control, Shield and Sword, Magical Mallet, even Ectoplasma. So in this you're going to see quite a few cards that appear up time and time again. Good old Ultimate Offering, Reckless Greed, pretty much a gamble type card, like you draw 2 cards but skip your next 2 draw phases. That could be quite pivotal. If you draw pretty bad there, it's pretty much all over. Pretty much another structure deck here. This guy was the main ace in the deck. A few interesting cards here, like Abyss Soldier, Warrior of Atlantis, even Screech. A few Atlantean cards will pop up here, a few Penguins. Atlanteans are pretty cool to play if you some of them mix well with Murmel. Quick look at that. Pretty much really cool aqua deck, and it's like a bit of a sea serpent mix, and yes, just some really classic cards that really build the water or aqua archetype up. Legendary Ocean, a staple. Pretty much a foil, one of the cards that were in the call it the Atlanteans. Rightio, so that's the structure deck. I can't remember the structure deck names off the top of my head, but I'm sure we've got some really glued up Yu-Gi-Oh people that are watching this video. So we've got another structure deck coming up, DDD. Love that print of Odd Eyes Saber Dragon. Of course, just a plain old Odd Eyes Dragon. Some classic cards as well, Beast of Tower, Cyber Dragon, Vice Dragon, just to make up the deck, Mystical Elf, even Maha Vilo. Some interesting choices that go into these structure decks, but obviously blends well, works well and whatnot. Good old annoying Exploder Dragon. Calculator could be useful depending on the situation. Yeah, some really classic old Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Darkhold, Malignant Nuzzler, Rush Recklessy, MST, or Mystical Space Typhoon. Classic even power-ups, Black Pen Axe of the Spear. Pretty much a lot of cards people should be familiar with if you watch the original Yu-Gi-Oh anime. A lot of these appeared in the series. Pretty much a really hard to get structure deck, guys. The Monarch structure deck. So in this structure deck, you're going to see basically all the Monarchs that were printed in the time. And Monarchs are, like I said, they're thereabouts in the meta. Like they'll be out one meta, they could be in the next. But yeah, love the Monarchs. Got the Vassals in here as well. Overall, like, it'll be interesting to see what the structure deck is worth now. It's probably not worth anything, but it's just a good starting out point if you are a Monarch player. A good chance to look at them. That card's quite trolly as well. He has been mentioned, I think, in the previous binders. Some of the Monarch cards, spell cards wise, are brilliant. That card there is really good. A few of the cool foils. Monarch Stormforth, useful in a lot of decks actually. Pretty much play that, tribute the monster. Yeah, it really works well. Yep, I'm pretty much just wrapping that up pretty quickly. And now we move on to the gauges. Love these guys as well. I think this is the same deck. Yeah, it is. Pretty much got one of each of the main ones. Pretty strong deck in its time too. Like, just remember from like Duel Links when they were quite prominent with Ties of the Brethren and whatnot. Pull off some really cool plays actually. Can easily swarm a board pretty quickly with these guys. Scroll through that. Some really cool prints there. Love the prints of these guys. May get more support down the line. Good old Swiss Scarecrow, have that in hand, discard it in the battle phase. Pretty much used in a lot of stall type decks. Classic cards again. Yeah, another structure deck coming up, guys. Another Arc V type structure deck. A lot of interesting choices for the foils too. It'll be interesting to like why they've chosen these cards for like the foils. I would have got the Warwolves. That one there's a lot better than that one. One thing I have to say, Giant Rat appears in a lot of the structure decks. Love that print. That print looks quite cool. Cool. Scroll through that. Has some really classical stuff up here, mixed in with some of the more recent time cards. Quite useful card, Threatening Roar. Pretty much, yeah, like, cool to see some different looking tokens. I wish you could, there must be somewhere where you can get like a custom token. I'd love to get a custom token even for myself, like with a custom design with my name, Themataurian. Another structure deck, I believe. Yep, structure deck. Odd Eyes Absolute Dragon. Odd Eyes Metaverse Dragon. That gives you some really powerful cards in the structure deck to work with anyway. Useful card, Chaos Hunter. Say for example, you get on the field, pretty much it stops your opponent banishing cards. Definitely can make a decent Pendulum Magician deck anyway. We've got some useful cards for that in this particular set as well. People take those in. Rightio, so Pendulum Call's quite useful. Really useful card to get to Pendulum based monsters out. Sky Iris is pretty handy as well. Yeah, not bad that structure deck whatsoever. Some interesting choices. This was the Kyber structure deck from 2016. So this is the introduction to like the ABC monsters. So really good cards in here. Pretty much if you got like 3 of them, you could make the really good Blue Eyes deck back in the day. Because ABC did get a bit of play. A few classic cards here. XYZ Dragon Cannon. Can't go without a Kyber deck without seeing that guy as well. What a name. Interplanetary Purpley Thornly Dragon. Of course, the key elements to any ABC deck. Top there. Yeah, very interesting structure deck. Really classic Kyber cards. Econ or Enemy Controller Shrink. Lord of Dragons with the Flute of Summoning Dragon. Pretty rare to get that sort of combo in a real game, but pretty cool when you do get it off. Classic cards for the old dragons there. Different print of Crush Cut Virus. I like that. That's something a wee bit different and unique about this set. Pretty much a interesting card, 2 final attack orders. Pretty much turns all monsters into attack position when in engaging battle. Now we move on to, guys, this is the movie collection, pretty much special edition, where all the cards were in sort of gold form. Didn't really get too much success from this particular set, but it's interesting to see what we pulled nonetheless. A couple of gadgets there. Would have loved to have seen like a Blue Eyes Return of Dragon, but I guess we got lucky in the movie, the actual movie set, where we got 3 of them. And that, guys, brings us into that binder. I'll just quickly grab the next one. It's Duelist Alliance, guys. Just pretty much some Performer Power cards there. Flash Knight, real basic pendulum stuff. This when pendulum stuff was just hitting the scene. Burn of Wire is a interesting card. Cloud Castle's getting a bit of play in Duel Links at the moment. Panzer Dragon gets quite a bit of play every now and then, more super heavy, like the print of Break of the Dark Magical Warrior. A few artifact cards in here. This card here is my favourite card. Ultra Athlete Mighty Slugger. Just pretty much him and UA Para Jersey do a lot of damage. Some more Performer Power stuff there. Satella Knight. Satella Knight, super heavy. Gaia. There's quite a bit of support for all these cards. Yeah, it'd be pretty cool to make a Gaia deck actually. Pretty much Gaia featured quite a bit in this set. What a name that card is. Shadows. Yeah, great staples in here to make many decent decks. Like Satella Knight's quite featured throughout the set. A few Yang Zings popping up. Batteryman. Definitely probably got enough pieces to build up a Melodious deck. Just looking through all these binders, it's just got most of them. And even Performer Power got a lot of the Performer Powers as well. A few more Burning Abyss cards. You're pretty lucky getting those Burning Abyss cards actually, since pretty much you're not guaranteed to probably get them in the set. Yang Zing card there. All the support cards for the particular archetypes in this set. Some of them are not bad cards. They work well with the deck. A good look at those. Very important card for the Ultra Athletes. Battleguard Howling. Not a bad card, Battleguard Howling. The only annoying thing with it is when you think you've destroyed a monster, it just returns back to the opponent's hand. So just quickly scroll through them. Right, this set here, very hard to come by, but we don't have it first edition. It is Power of the Duelist, so pretty much got Rescue Royd, Amulet's Rescue Royd there. Play set of Elemento Hero Neos. Normal Rescue Royd there. Aliens featured in this set as well. Not a bad set to pick up actually, there's some interesting cards in here. A lot of Destiny Hero stuff. A lot of dinosaur support in here as well. Miracle Jurassic Egg, quite a useful card. If you get enough counters on them, you can get something decent out. Talked about Sabersaurus a bit earlier. Few Tyranno Hasselbury cards. Black Stego. Not a bad monster, pretty much good defense. Submarine Royd, attack directly and goes back into defense. Quite annoying if you've got a bit of a stall tactic going. Yeah, but pretty much a cool set around the GX times. He's a foil. Yeah, yes. That's a pretty cool foil actually. Neospatian Flare Scarab. yeah, the Panther is one as well. I don't know if the camera picks that up too well, but they're foils. Stegosaurus, the Cororoid. Got the cards that contribute those guys for the Neospatians. Yeah, just a bit of variety. Once again, the Emperor pretty much useful to getting very strong monsters out. Alameda Hero support, Roid support. That is pre-errata Future Fusion there. Pretty hard to get my hand. I got 2 of those, pretty fortunate to get that. Pretty much today's one's a bit different. I've got both copies, I should read both of them, see what the difference is. I think that's Destiny Hero Field Spell. Some interesting cards here. Look, Brainwashing Beam's quite a useful card for the old aliens. Useful card for the dinos. Now we move on to a very interesting set. I quite like this set actually, just that we're about to come across. This is the Fusion Enforcers. Just talked about those guys in this video. Pretty much are going to get a bit of play with Patchwork being introduced to Duel Links. A lot of fusion monsters, of course. The set being Fusion Enforcers. Interesting names of cards. Predapan have very hard pronunciations. A lot of Fright Forest support here. Invoke was the big part of the set. Now, Matty K pretty much got basically a few of the Invoke cards. I was only fortunate to get one of them. He got, I think, 3 of them, top of my head. You're not a bad wee set to pick up. Like, Invoke's been in and out of the meta of recent times. Alistair the Invoker. We've got the Invoker of Madness for him. Some interesting choices for this set too. Fluffle Penguin, Summoner Monk. Summoner Monk's useful. We're getting another sort of card out. King of the Swamp to get your polymerization out. He tributes to get the plant. Never ever run a Predator Plant type deck. I wonder how that'd go. I don't know what sort of style they'll play, but it could be quite interesting. Now all the fusion support. Instant fusion here, polymerization, fusion recovery. Like the Mark of the Rose print too, that was just there. A very important fight for a fusion. Predator Plant support there. Right, this set is Dragons. I think Dragons are Legend too. I think it is. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Toon Ancient Gear Golem. I love collecting the Toons. I do believe Toons always get some cards here and there, just with classic monsters, so they'll always get support. Aqua Actress, pretty cool to play. Prediction Princess. Pretty unique sort of archetype. Tarotai, I believe the virtual card is for that. You basically got all the Prediction Princess cards. Yeah, but I got very fortunate here. Pretty much Aqua Actress, I got basically most of the support for it. The Aquarium set and stage. Makes them really strong in attack. Like, they may look weak there, but when you get all the little support pieces for them, they're not bad. A few Red Eyes cards here. Dark Dragon Ritual, Prediction Ritual, Comic Hand. Good old Fang of Critias, that pops up in a few of the sets here. Got a few Toon cards as well. I love the old Toon cards. Really, it's Spider. Yeah, like I said, pretty cool sets to pick up, those sort of sets, so definitely recommend picking them up. Let's move to the next binder. Right, we're moving to another binder with some of the structure decks that I got. This is Spellcaster's Command. Pretty much the card that's missing is Breaker. I've got Breaker in a deck profile coming out very shortly. Of course, the main ace monster is Endermon, the Master Magician. Pretty cool card to get onto the field, actually. Into a few things with him. Just quickly scroll through some of these. Good old mythical beast Cerberus. Get a lot of spell counters on him. He's quite powerful, actually. Some very useful magician cards that we able to build a really cool deck with them. Yeah, like a lot of real spellcaster type staples. Mage Power, Magical Dimension. Spell Paragraphs was for really that guy there. On the other page, the mythical beast Cerberus. Put counters on that card. Mist Body is useful. Monster can't be destroyed by battle. Decent power up there. Magicians Unite. Pretty much that gives counters away too. Magician Circle is quite useful for Spellcaster's Command. This set here is Starter Deck Hyper Evolution. This is the 2004 structure deck. It's a Paladin White Dragon. Very cool Blue Eyes print there. The only thing about this set, I wish it was first edition, but I'm quite happy to pick up this set. Kaiser Seahorse, another foil there. Pretty much classic Kyber cards. Mystic Horseman and Battle Ops Made Rabbit Horseman. Legit and Mystical Genie of the Land. Spirit Warrior is not a bad card either. Discard dragons from your hand, boost that attack by 1,000. Good old classic Lord of D from there. Just talking about Battle Ox. Trap Master. Pretty much Trap Master, yeah, was alright. He's just a bit too weak. They're easy to get rid of those sort of cards these days. Some very interesting choices for spells for Kyber here. Nobleman of Crossout's one way of getting rid of a Trap Master. Tribute to the Doom's quite useful. Change of Hearts. Good old the Flute Summoning Dragon. Pretty much the ritual we had at the start. That's his ritual card there. Got a foil of Shadow Spell there. Just really basic staple cards that just make up a decent deck for people that are just starting off. That was pretty much a really good deck for people to learn back in the day. Rightio, this is Structure Deck Merrick. So Merrick is very well known for playing the Winged Dragon of Ra. He didn't have that in this particular set. His ace monster there is Lava Golem. Mystical Beast is Circuit's Odion's monster, but we can throw it in here. Gravekeepers is the main theme throughout this particular deck. My good friend JDragon21 absolutely loves the Gravekeepers. You basically got a set of all the Gravekeepers. It'd be really cool to build a deck with them and actually learn the combos properly there. Pretty much a Man-Eater Bug type card there. Nidoria, Drago, Dark Fury. He's got some really interesting cards here. Got a decent beater over here in Gilgarth. His Curse quite useful. Pretty cool foil of Temple of the Kings. Of course, Necro Valley really a must-have in this particular structure deck. It's got some real basic cards here. Nightmare Steel Cage is sort of a 2-turn stall card. Force, Acid Trap, all interesting choices. Nightmare Wheel. Nightmare Wheel's quite useful. Times pretty much opponent takes 500 each standby phase that they go through, I believe. Rightio, so we've briefly talked about Merrick's structure deck. Now we move on to Starter Deck Jaden. So this Starter Deck Jaden's pretty hard to come by now. Pretty happy to have collected this, just to get a few of the other meta heroes. Blade Edge being his best, strongest monster. Got Necroshade there. Very cool print above one, that's a really cool foil to have. Sparkman, Wild Heart and Clayman, of course more staples. Like with these cards you could make like, I mean here, Thunder Giant, Wild Heart and Blade Edge make Wild Edge. Some very odd choices for the structure deck too, like you wouldn't associate Jade and Yuki with these cards here, but they're all in this particular structure deck. Very odd choices. I would have thought they would have put more Elementa heroes in, but they obviously didn't have too many at the time. Some very strange choices. Like those guys belong in there, but the rest of them do not. Heavy Storm pretty much is, I think, banned at the moment. Yeah, Jade and Yuki wouldn't run hardly any of these cards. You'd run that card down there. Like pretty much decent cards for the deck though, for like I said, people running out. These are what these decks are for. Some useful trap support for the starter deck. Rightio, we go to Jaden's friend now in Cyrus. Cyrus of course specialises in the roids, but there is a similar theme with him having some very oddball choices in here. So basically Rescue Roid, Driller, Express Roid, Pat Roid, all those guys there would fit in, but now we'll get to the cards that won't really fit into the sort of style of play he would have. So as you can see, all those cards probably would never be in his deck. So we've got Guy Roid and Psych Roid. Pretty much the only reason why that's in the deck. So if you get a pair of them, play Polymerization, pair Psych Roid. Same for any of these Roids. You can play something like pair Psych Roid, Ambulance Rescue Roid, Super Jumbo Vicroid Drill is another card of his. Heavy Storm as well, Black Peanut, Rush Reckless Sea, but yeah, pretty common theme here. Them. Different looking print of Threatening Roar. Right, we move to another structure deck, guys. This was a sort of a winged beast one that had like harpies and that in it, so you're going to see two harpies float into the set. Pretty much the ace monster there. Swift Birdman Joe. You can do a few combos with old Swift Birdman Joe. Right, some of the Harpy cards, pretty much as it was the main feature. Harpy Lady's Sister, Pet Baby Dragon, 1, 2 and 3. Those Harpies are pretty much the go-to Harpies. Like, My Valentine run the basic Harpy, I believe, and Amazonas, but Flying Kamakuri, Birdface to get your Harpy Lady. Very cool and unique deck. Lady Ninja Yo, not a bad weak card either. As mentioned, we were talking about Blade Flame and a Link monster now. Harpy's Hunting Ground, pretty much an essential in any Harpy deck. Elegant Egotist, pretty much some really interesting cards here. Card Destruction, another Heavy Storm, and they like to put some of these cards in most of the decks for people starting out. Carcass Attack, very important for Winged Beast. Party in that. Pretty much Dragoonity structure deck now, guys. Pretty much Dragoonity's probably been right up there in terms of one of my favourite archetypes. So let's go through that. Of course, Dragoonity's got some supporter late, so it'll be interesting to put together a deck to see how they play out as well. Let's quickly scroll through that. Some interesting choices for the Dragoonity deck, but I suppose they blend in quite well. Mouse Dragon's quite useful, probably getting out the Dragoonities that you need. A few Dragon cards floating around in here. Some interesting choices too. Pretty unique structure deck, because we get cards like Dragon Refine, Dragon Mastery. United We Stand, Mage Power. Can't go wrong with those sort of cards. Like if the particular duel sort of suits the situation, those cards make your monsters really, really powerful. Yeah, at least the structure deck here had a few more different cards, like, for example, Stamping Destruction. That one there, Legacy of Yada Garatsu. Dragon's Rage. That one there. Okay, this structure deck here, I believe, came out just a couple of years ago, and it pretty much, if you got like 3 of them, pretty much was meta there for just a brief time. Like Ultimate Conductor Tyranno, pretty beastly card at 3500 attack. Superconductor Tyranno, not bad either. But yeah, a lot of high start monsters. Tyranno. A few different dinosaurs there. Not a bad beater, 2000 attack, but pretty prone if you get into defense. Really cool drag. Really cool dinosaurs here, really cool dinos. Of course, we'll talk about Tyranno Affinity. You talked about Rescue Rabbit a bit earlier. Some interesting choices. Evil Swarm. Evil Swarm is pretty much one of those rogue sort of decks that you can play against the Blue-White deck and effectively shut them down. Gillosaurus, pretty much a good special summon card. Bammo, you get another card out and then you can combo off. Love that print there of that card. Some interesting choices. Lost World. Twin Twister is quite a useful card, gets rid of 2 back row cards. Swords of Concealing Light, we talked about that. Painful Decision. Expected Die, not a bad weak card either. Of course, Survival of the Fittest. Geometry, what that pretty much talked about that. It's a pretty trolley card. Secret Blast, Secret Barrel, and all that make a really, really annoying sort of burn deck. Survival's End's pretty cool. Love the print of that card up the top. Just to wrap it all up, guys, for this particular binder, it's pretty much, I love the Jurassic token there. I love all the different tokens that you can particularly get. We've got like Scapegoat ones, but Crebo looking ones. But without further ado, guys, we want to get through this opening, so we'll go to the next binder. Next binder features Magic Ruler, guys. Really classic. I'll see a lot of fusion cards here. Cybersaurus, Karamari Attack, Fusion King. Really basic fusions that were just gave that little bit of extra attack with no effects back then. Just the materials were required. Got a few on this page as well. Deep Sea Shark, Lumber Tank, Express Judge, and Punch Eagle. I remember a pack that I got years ago, 2004, 2005. I got like that Black Skull Dragon, got like 4 or 5 hues in one pack. Great Moth, classic Weevil card. Just going to quickly scroll through some of these because we've seen some of the classic cards in some of the other sets. Really basic 5-star monsters. You won't see too many 5 stars with 1650 and 1700 defense these days, and neither with 1600 and 1400. Work well in tandem. Yeah, some really cool prints here. A lot of duplicates in the Magic Ruler set that we got. It's gone up a lot in value, the limited set. I'm pretty rapt I got this cheap. I think it was about a year and a half ago when I got this set. Let's go through them. Some really classic Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Be very cool to see some of you guys join the Discord and that as well, and showcase some of your guys' collections, like to some of the cards and that you've collected and whatnot. The Discord is in the description down below this video. Just some real staple cards back in the day that some that Yugi used, some the other characters used. An old Witch of the Black Forest, that's with its old effect. Deanmikes Gumo, one of the, it appears to be a beater at 2200 and 100 defense, but effectively you've got to flip a coin. If you get the coin tossed wrong, you lose half your life points, but you still get the attack through. But losing a lot of life points is just not simply worth it. Bristow Butcher, your opponent draws 2 cards when you make an attack with that card. Useful card for the old zombies. Have that in defense mode, and for 4 turns your zombies keep increasing in attack. Let's quickly scroll through some of these, but yeah, some really cool cards from Magic Ruler. Mushroom Man. I've got both Mushroom Mans. Dream Clown. The old Clown deck was pretty good back in its time. Pretty much you'd swap him into attack and defense and utilise his effect. Play set a Magician of Faith. Pretty sure, I think that guy's got a reprint as a Link monster. I'm not 100% sure. I think he has. I'll have to check up on that. Some very bizarre cards that can attack directly. You really don't want to play those cards in this day and age. Tremendous Fire. All the burn cards like Tremendous Fire, Kazi, Sparks, Hinotama. Deep-seated power-up card. So this set that we're approaching now, pretty nice foil there, is Return of the Duelist. So that is pretty much a really beastly card, but I haven't really read the effect of that card. It would be some sort of condition to be able to use it. It'd be pretty hard to get out with getting, I believe, 2 10-star monsters out, which is easier said than done. Pretty useful card, especially when you go up against Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon, for example. You can effectively, if Galaxy Eyes has got 4,000 attack since it's used its effect, you can use that against it and gain attack for your monster as well as doing damage. No, it's not a print. Like the I think I've got a foil of Soul Silver Mountain. I think we've just gone past that a wee while back. Some of the Photon cards here, very prominent throughout the Zexal era. Pretty much you'd get him, Galaxy Tyranno, Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon, or Galaxy Lizard combo into your XYZ play of Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon, and a few of the other Galaxy Eyes cards. Chromalee cards there. These cards are used for Spellbox. Gauges, pretty much a Zelerator, Arsenal, a few of the other ones. You can pretty much combo pretty well off. Just referring to Duel Links, they were pretty good in Duel Links for a while. This is under more Prophecy support, Heroic Challengers. Pretty nice set actually. There's some good solid prints. Pretty much double lance if you got that in your hand. What a pair of in the hand, you can double play and play like Heroic Challenger Excalibur. Got all the Mahanda Sishanda, and I think we've got Pahanda somewhere. Madoshe are in the set. Madoshe are pretty cool to run as well. We've talked about enough of the Madoshi cards. A few Atlanteans in here. A few cards cropping up again. We've seen a few Tubones. Yeah, I think the Chromalee cards are based off like old artifacts and whatnot, and pretty interesting archetype. As we see, we've got a few foils here. We've got the Crystal Bones. Pretty much if the opponent's got no monster, you special summon that. Got that in hand, you send that to the graveyard, draw one of those Chromalee cards out. Pretty useful combinations that you can play with. A little trooper. Got the power out spell for the Chromalees, which we're just talking about just then. A few interesting choices for spell cards in this set. Catapult Zone's quite a useful card if you're playing a rock type deck. Pretty much you can prevent your monster from being destroyed by sending a card from your hand to the graveyard. Got a few Spellbox cards. Yeah, there's really useful support. We've got like Madoshe, the Noble Arm support, which is pretty odd in this set. Kind, interesting card. Yeah, some really good support cards to go with like the archetypes in this deck. I have to say, like most of the sets are designed that way anyway, so people can have a fair go at trying to build a deck for all these cards. So this set here that we're moving on towards now, guys, is Judgment of the Light. So pretty much like you've seen throughout the binders, they're all in order in terms of XYZ, synchros, etc. But Googly Eyes appeared first. Vice Princess. Some interesting cards that are going to appear here. Pretty useful card, old Master Beetle in some decks. Utilises effect quite well. You buy yourself a little bit of time. Underrod Fighter Balmung. Just a pretty simple synchro to get out. Got the really high defensive cards there. Pretty much an easy 8-star to get out. If your opponent's got a monster on the field, you'd special summon that. Go into really some radical plays. Real horror here. Super defense robot. Good old trap tricks. Trap tricks, you can do a lot of things with them. They've got a lot of sort of like support. Like you play like your trap tricks, trap hole. You can play bottomless trap hole. You can play a lot of things off trap tricks and protect yourself quite well. The calculator, interesting card. Bujingi. Covered Mega Phantom Beast and some of the other sets. Some Brotherhood cards in here. Brotherhood are quite cool to play with, like the Fire Formation cards. You've got like Tenkai that draws them out, for example. You've got the one that gives you an additional summon in that as well. There's quite a few things you can do with them. They've got a few XYZ cards as well. Looking through here. Forest King New Bell. Briefly talked about that quite a bit earlier in the video. Some of the foils that we got in the set. Very unlucky that card there not to get into my favourites binder, which will be the last binder of the video. Love the foil and artwork of that. Like I said, I don't think the camera does that justice well enough, but brilliant card nonetheless. XYZ Agent, useful in its time. Inceptibato, I find that hard case with an American football head on, helmet on it. Cheap, cheap, cheap. I believe cheap, cheap, cheap's in the Christmas Advent calendar. Pretty much it's not worth the purchase, to be honest. Pretty much all the cards are worth about 50 cents to $1, and the product's quite expensive. Will-o-wisp there. A few foils again. Pretty much useful quits for Utopia. Pretty much a good deterrent from people playing XYZ cigars with the DD Battlefield. Pretty much you lose 500 per XYZ monster on the field each turn. XYZ Reception, useful for train decks. Lighthouse there. Lighthouse is a good card in conjunction with the card we just mentioned before. Vain Betrayer is one of those interesting cards too. Like if you equip it to we've managed to get it on a monster, pretty much they lose cards to the graveyard all the time. That's a pretty nasty card back in its time. Sonic Boom, useful for the Mega Phantom Beast. Cards double your Mega Phantom Beast attack and effectively inflict a lot of damage. So in saying that, guys, we'll quickly get the next binder. We're just Wing Raiders is the next set that we are featuring here, guys. Of course, Raid Raptors will feature throughout this particular set. Just a couple of useful things. Zubaba General, one of those cool cards you get detach one of your materials and equip a warrior monster to it. Make it really OP. It was staple back in the day. Silent Honor Arc, pretty much remove both its materials and gain control of the special summoned monster and use it as a material. Got a play set of those, so I'm pretty pleased with that. Master Key Beetle is just in the other set. A couple of cards appearing up again. Pretty useful for the Bujingi. One of the most basic XYZ cards out there. Gemini Pearl, useful beater monster, but just wish it had some sort of effect. That's pretty cool. I like the uniqueness about that card. Got a couple of Cowboys. Cowboys been one of the greatest closers in Yu-Gi-Oh! Especially when you get an opponent down to 800 or less, got 2 4-stars on the field. Play the so he put him in defense mode, use its effect. Super Quantal features in this set as well, based off the Power Rangers. And of course, in the favourites binder, we've got a little surprise in there. I think people will know that already. Go Strickler card. Cool print of DD Jet Iron, so use that with S for Star Sparrow, Phoenix Beast Sky Rooter, and Beast Warrior Puma. Gotta have them all on the field to play him. Yep, just like I said, guys, a set designed for good old Raid Raptors. Now, I wish, like I said, they'd go back to Raid Raptors and give them a little bit more firepower. It's sort of like Blackwing's poor cousin, but they've got a few surprises up their sleeves. A few Phantom Knight cards. Of course, we've briefly touched on the Phantom Knight cards. Like, you can do a lot of things with some of these decks. Like, we can have some really cool battles with these cards a bit later down the track. Pretty cool print of the green layer there, Harpy Harpist. A few Harpy support cards float in and out of these sets. Important for any Phantom Knights build. With, I think, that one there. Quick look at those. Yeah, so the XYZ monsters of the Raid Raptors, you really want to get onto the field, because that's where you can do the most damage with those guys. Really classical spell there, Mystical Space Typhoon. Yeah, basically just really good reinforcement army, Raid Raptor Nest, rank up cards. I'd love to see a few more of those pop up with a few more Archetypes with Cecil again. We want to see some of the old mechanics get a bit of a fresh look to them. So then we've got a few competing things to go with. Basically those Forbidden Chalice, good old Forbidden Chalice. Pretty much can stop, like, just for its sake, for example, just real basic, just stop in the head. Amazon's Princess from getting, say, an onslaught or something out. Dark Nest. Some really classic Yu-Gi-Oh cards here. Cooler Horn, I've got 5 of those in this set. Just love the foils of Booby Trap E and Icarus Attack. Not the best cards in the world, but very cool to have prints of those. Now we move on to a set, Dimensional Guardians. This set here is pretty much just a mix of all sorts of cards. Some deep, cool looking prints there, like the domino sort of butterfly there. Very handy synchro back in the day. Old Scarlight Red Dragon Archfiend. You could go into the Red Hot Dragon Abyss, Wyvern. Of course, this set featured a lot of the Cyber Angel cards. So, just quickly scroll to the next page. You're going to see Dakini and that one there. I don't know whether, I think I've got a few more on the other sets still to come. So, Cyber Premier. A lot of Alexis Road stuff in this set to help sort of the Cyber Angel concept for this particular set. So we've got Cyber Tutubon, Tolly Cyber. Quite a bit of interesting support here. But what I was going to say, there's a bit of Resonator support in this set as well. Pretty much a real crucial card in Cyber Angels. Pretty much can get the Ritual card out, or a Ritual monster to your hand. Got a lot of that rank up card there. Very important staple, Machine Angel Ritual for their Cyber Angels. It'd be cool to build all these decks. As mentioned, Resonator Call, Machine Angel Absolute Ritual. Love that print of Spiral Flame Strike. Yeah, pretty cool print of Pendulum Fusion as well. Some interesting cards here. Yeah, I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on like your favourite series and that of Yu-Gi-Oh as well. Like anything Yu-Gi-Oh related, in fact, like feel free to share your experiences like at YCS's and even your local tournaments, what sort of decks and that you play and whatnot. It'd be quite cool to hear from you guys. Like I said, I've got my Discord and everything in down below. I do respond to YouTube comments. So this set here we're moving on to is a very classic synchro set, Ancient Prophecy. So Ancient Prophecy appears in a lot of the tins as well. So we have seen quite a few Ancient Prophecy cards in this collection so far, but anyhow, this is the set that we got. We've got a playset of Scary Moth, cool print of XX Saber. They're pretty cool to run old XX Saber, get Gothams and a few of the other cronies out. They're not bad. More Koki Miru down the bottom there. Yeah, just a bit of a mix here. I think even those guys are pretty good. Like, they've got a useful synchro as well. I can't pronounce the name of their really good synchro, but he's quite handy. Good old Infinities. Pretty much, as mentioned, Infinities, got to really try and have little to no cards in your hand. So it is quite a cool deck to play, but quite hard to execute. Very important tuner monster for XX Saber. A few Blackwing supports popping up here and there. Even got more Tronics in here as well. So, like I said, these Synchro era sets are just, some of them are really just useful to build on some of the decks that have just been released around this time by the looks of it. Useful Fossil Dig card. That is a very, very useful card for like dinosaurs. Some useful support, psychic support there. It's a foil of Ancient Forest. I'm pretty sure that is. Useful card as well. Pretty much get 2 summons. Turn sort of sparkles. Really useful for the XX Sabers. I think I've got a few of the cards for them anyway. Quite a good card if you play a similar, if you play like all the same archetype or same type of monster, pretty much 800 attack for all your monsters. Imperial Custom, that's a pretty useful card. My good friend Cries of Mankind can do a lot of things with Imperial Custom and a few of those other unusual cards. Pretty hard to play around as well. Death Amulet pretty much protects Infinity monsters for a couple of turns. Quite a useful card there. Slip of Fortune, I believe that is Fortune Lady. I think you can use that in Fortune Lady decks. Battle of the Elements, interesting card. Let's keep scrolling through here. I think Battle of Elements gets play every now and then just because of its effect. It's amazing. Some of these like old school cards, like from way back in the day, like if the meta suits them, they can just come out of nowhere and like the value of the card just spikes in price. Can we just slip that back in properly? But anyhow, big plug for the Discord again. There's actually a card called Discord. But anyhow, let's get to the next binder. Yeah, we move to a portion of the binders now, which I'm going to enjoy. But now the Hidden Arsenal sets, we've managed to get 1 to 7. So we've got Mistworms, X-Sabers, and Flame Veil. Alley of Justice. All cards are pretty much redundant these days, but pretty much cool to play. Some interesting archetypes. I'd love to build an Alley of Justice deck. Like we'll definitely have the cards for it. We've got a lot of Worm. Of this card, I've got about 6 of them. This set pretty much only had about 40-50 cards in it, so you'll see that we've stocked up quite a bit on these cards. Pretty much the like throughout the Hidden Arsenals, you got like the big dragon monster, or like say for example Trushula and Hidden Arsenal. Well, that's what you're really seeking from these sort of sets. Magician. I was playing Miss Valley Soldier last night actually. I was on Yu-Gi-Oh! Pro playing against a good friend of mine. Effectively I was using cards like him, this Blackwing card, using the field spout that they've got and whatnot. Pretty cool deck to play actually. More worm support. Quickly scroll through Hidden Arsenal one. So throughout this next couple of binders, guys, you're going to see, obviously from 1 to 7, because I have deliberately done it that way. Cool foils of that. Ice Barrier cards feature predominantly through that. Ice Barriers are pretty cool to play as well. Like pretty much you get a good setup here. You're doing pretty well with Ice Barriers. From Apocalypse there. It's basically all the stables you need to build all these decks are featured throughout Hidden Arsenal. So I think that's what they designed these sets around, so people could assemble pretty basic like synchro decks at the time that these sets got released. Of course, pretty cool foil. I don't know if the camera brings it up good enough, but Defender of the Ice Barrier. Of course, a lot of Karibo support cropped up in this set. Of course, Detonate we've talked about Berserker Crush. A few funny featured cards, Evolution Burst, Raffineos. Right, so Hidden Arsenal 2 now, guys. More Allied Justice support. The main synchro monsters, Fabled. Pretty cool to run. Genix. You'll see a lot of Genix featuring throughout the set. Love the prints in some of the Hidden Arsenal too. And the good thing was you got a foil for every single card, even though they're not worth much. It's just cool to see what they sort of have. Justice featuring quite a bit again. The odd Ice Barrier support card. Genix is starting to crop up. More worm cards. Little Miss Valley Falcon. The only disadvantage I think playing Miss Valley Falcon, if you declare an attack, you have to return a card back to your hand. So if you haven't got a very good setup, but yeah, you won't be able to use it. Cool tuna monster there, Alley Mind. Naturia, pretty much Beast and Barkion. If you can get those guys out, as mentioned a bit earlier, just devastating. It's interesting to see what some of the other cards that you can build around, like all these cards and whatnot, that don't normally see light of day in the actual deck. So hopefully you guys are enjoying the binders and that as well. I think they're quite interesting, just looking back to see how Yu-Gi-Oh's evolved over time and whatnot, and it's really cool prospect for me to go over and make some of these old decks and whatnot and see how they play and whatnot. I will play test them and may get Medicay or Skiller to go up against me. The decks will be pretty even, so they won't be mismatches or anything. I'll just teach them how to play the basics of that deck maybe, if they're keen. Draw Miss Valley. Some of these archetypes produced absolute gems. And one thing in these sets as well, guys, there's not too many spells and traps in Hidden Arsenal. So if you're wondering where the spells and traps are in this set, there's not too many of them. So this is Hidden Arsenal 3 now, so got some interesting cards, more Genix cards here, Fabled, more Worm support. And this is where we start to see some of the cool Durac cards. So we've got Titano there, Spinos, more Worm support, Fabled there. I can definitely make a worm deck anyway. I basically got I got pretty lucky getting all the worm cards. Of course, this is a set where we start to see Dragoonity. Now, Dragoonities are one of those popular archetypes that will always get support here and there. Have some really good synchros, which I'll touch base if we do see some of them in the future binders up ahead. Of course, this is where we start to get a bit more of the common sort of ice barrier cards. Like some of the ones in 1 and 2 are quite hard to come by. From the important Dragoonity cards down there, Legionnaire. Dragoonity cards there, like pretty much from Hidden Arsenal 1 to 2, you can see the progression of the like the archetype developing. Like you're seeing a lot of Themataurian, you're seeing a lot of Fable, Genix, Allo Justice, like all the cards to be able to build the ultimate deck for those guys. Yeah, and as Dragoonity were that popular, they got even a structure deck based off them as well, so let's go through them. Right, so we are now on Hidden Arsenal 4. Just to recap on Hidden Arsenal 4, I think I remember the set pretty well. Like, Truciler is a very hard card to get once in the set. We got 2, so we had a pretty bit of golden luck. Then I looked, probably about a month ago now, Cyber Knight opened up this set. He got 3 Trucilers. He got the ultimate luck. But predominantly in this set, you're going to see a lot of Dragoonity, some of the very strong ice barriers and whatnot, and just more support for some of the cards that we've had disco by. So a fusion for Naturia there. Cool ice barrier cards. More Dragoonity cards here. Some very important ones. Yeah, look at that. So we're basically getting into the real depth of the ice barrier deck now. Genix. More Naturia cards there. Stink Bugs. We've got Genix Alec Birdman, who is quite a useful tuner actually. You can utilise him quite easily, get easy synchros out onto the board. Some interesting cards here, more Drak support. Dragoonity's feature again. Yeah, let us know, guys, like if you've collected some of these Hidden Arsenal cards, and what do you think of these sort of sets? Like I wish, like these days as well, like they did more sets off this, but they do things like Battle to Legend and whatnot, and they've built on that. Like they've had at least 3 sets dedicated to sort of that. So I suppose they do it to an extent. But yeah, it's some really basic like easy to assemble decks just to get more people into the game of Yu-Gi-Oh would be quite cool. Some decks that cost like $30 to play instead of forking out $200 or $300 just to get a play set of everything. Pretty useful card if you can discard it. And yeah, like I said, as mentioned, guys, the last find is that is probably about probably 40-50 minutes, maybe an hour plus away. Will feature all my favourite cards, so you're going to see some of the cards that would have appeared in this set normally in that binder. So Hidden Arsenal 5, we're seeing some Vylon cards. Vylons predominantly need their spell cards, but we're going to see a few of them in this particular set. Digusto, pretty cool ritual archetype to play. Gem Knight OTK, still quite prominent. Got a few Gusto cards there. Steel Swarm are quite interesting to play, like if you can get the combos in that off. These guys are very, very interesting to play. We haven't talked too much about artifacts. Now, artifacts, you play them as spell and trap cards, and if your opponent decides to, say, play something like Twin Twisters, for example, or if he plays MST, destroys that card, what happens is the artifact then activates its effect and then comes out into the field, and they either destroy spell and traps on your opponent's side of the field or monsters, depending on what artifact it is. And you can use that archetype with a lot of things too, the old artifacts. So I saw a Psy-Frame artifact build the other day, worked quite well in tandem. Pretty much this set, known for the Gem Knight, just the basic stable cards that you need. We've got more Gishki support here. Gustos are pretty cool to play. Like Gustos can swarm the board, and Reese. I think it's Reese, Whirlwind, a Gusto. that you can swap monsters with your opponent. And that could be very useful at times. Just got more Violons there, Gusto. Yeah, but Konami, more of these type of sets, so we can get some more people into the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! And just some more decks and that to play, like some more rogue type decks. Basically heading into the traps. I've hit an Arsenal 5 now. Very key card, Gem Knight Fusion. You need to play at least 3 of those guys to really utilise Gem Knights. So you're going to see the odd Violon card here, I think, in Arsenal 6 and 7. Rightio, so pretty much that's almost the binder, but what I accidentally done, and you'll see this in some of the binders too, that I left out some of these cards from some of these other sets. So this is just a quick look at what some of the other Galactic Overlord cards that I managed to pick up. So Rocket Air Express, a lot more of the Heretics. Just going to quickly scroll through that because we've talked about mainly that set when it did feature in the binder. Yep, we'll quickly move on to Hidden Arsenal 6 and 7. Hidden Arsenal 6 greets us now, guys. So this is where some of the archetypes really start to develop that were introduced in, say, 4, 5, and 5. So we've got Violon, and Larval XYZ monster. Pretty much Violon's the synchros you got to look out for. And I'll explain why very shortly when we get to the spell cards in this set. So we've got some more Larval and support, Gem Knights, another evil Gishki card. Yeah, we're just talking about Reese in the last binder. That's the card that I was just saying that you can swap opponent's monsters. Just a normal Gem Knight card there. More Violons, Blaster. This is when Gem Knights and Gishkis are starting to make some noise in terms of these sets. More Violon, Gishkis. Some more Gustos. Here again here. Take our time there. So everyone have a good chance to look at some of these cards that are in Hidden Arsenal 6. Radio. Now we're on to explaining a few things about. I'm just going to talk about Violons just briefly. So what you do with Violons, you get say the monster on the field, then you quit like Component and Segment and that. So that what those sort of cards do, they can, when they're equipped, they can inflict. The Violons can now inflict piercing damage. They're unaffected by monster effect and card effects. Like if you can get that sort of setup going, Violons are very hard to remove from the board. And when I make the profile one, I'll go into depth in some of the combo plays. And in fact, with all my decks that we do, mate, we'll go into depth what you can do. And yeah, so it's informative as well when we get to that point. So we've got a Gishki spell there. We've got this Gusto Trap. So now we enter the final Hidden Arsenal set. So this is when we get to see some of the Evil Swarm cards. The ones that I use predominantly, say for example, this is sort of a rogue deck I use sometimes, that goes up against, say, Dragon decks. So you've got Ophion, you play him, you play like Ouroboros, and you get a board that tries to lock down, say, Blue Eyes from special summoning and whatnot. Effectively makes the deck useless against it. Constellar got introduced in this set, some more Gishki cards. Talked about DDS with Star Sparrow, you'd use them in conjunction with a few other cards to get the Jet Iron out. Got a card that could be used with Gimmick Puppets. Another Evil Swarm card there. Constellar, just talking about him before. Yeah, some of the useful cards that you need in Evil Swarm decks. So you've got Castor here, Mandragora. So effectively if a person's got a monster on the field, special summon that, you get another 4-star rank monster out, so you can go into one of those Ouroboros or Ophion sort of plays. Pretty easy to do with Evil Swarms. Stellar, more Evil Swarm support. Useful 4-star monster. Just a decent beater to have in that deck. Let's get into more depth with Deanmikes, Mario Puma, which we're just talking about in that combo. Yeah, this set was the set to get the Evil Swarms in. Good look at that. So hopefully you enjoyed this part of the video, guys, with the Hidden Arsenal cards. Like, Hidden Arsenal's very hard to come by now. It's just perfect time for me and Matty K. We got into Yu-Gi-Oh! Exactly at the right time, because it's very hard to get some of the sets now. We've had to go to different sites to get bargains and whatnot to keep our series going with Skiller NZ24. But yeah, one of the very important cards in Evil Swarm decks, the Pandemic card, and they've got another few cards that are quite useful with them as well. So what Pandemic does, they're unaffected by spell and trap effects this turn. Say for example you play that and then you can get a big attack off. Say if you've got a good board, and you should normally win the duel. From there. Next page. So that, like I said, the end of Hidden Arsenal. Now I'm going to these sets now. So we've got Jesse Anderson's set, so you're going to see a lot of Crystal Beast cards. Now these sets here, it's just sort of just to get like all the basic staples for the Crystal Beast deck. The only disappointing thing about this set here was the fact that it didn't have Rainbow Dragon in it. But at least we've got a playset of most of the Crystal Beast cards here. So we'll quickly scroll through this because we're seeing Crystal Beast cards feature throughout these binders. Just the odd card to note about. They got the Phantom Sky Blaster there. That was a pretty hard card to pull in this set. Like I said, Crystal Beast cards here. Grave Squirmer, quite a useful card. Yep, basically all the Crystal Beast support throwing throughout here, or featuring throughout. Pretty much people use Twin Twist over Twister, but that was the original card that could destroy the spell trap card. Just the important field spell. Pretty cool foil of Crystal Release there. Got Crystal Raigeki. Triggered Summons, alright, so it's Last Resort. So that's Jesse Anderson, guys. Now we move on to Jaden Yuki 3. So Jaden Yuki had 3 of these sort of Duelist pack sets. Card of note that we got out the set was Evil Hero Wild Cyclone. I love the print of that. But you're going to see a few Evil Heroes pop out through this set, and just some of the other Elemental heroes in the later seasons of GX that he particularly used. A lot of Hummingbird in this set. Glowmoss. Just all the support for Jaden's decks that you do need. You need some of these cards, but not all of them. Thing with these sets too, probably better off getting like singles some of these cards instead of buying the set, because just a lot of sort of duplicates and whatnot. I'll purchase the set just to showcase on the like YouTube channel and whatnot, just to hopefully meet some new people and like hopefully talk a lot more Yu-Gi-Oh! In terms of that on my YouTube channel. Pretty much a cool foil. There's Skyscraper 2, Hero City. Mirror Gate's a pretty useful card, so is Hero Counter Attack. Rightio, so that's Jesse Anderson and Jaden Yuki. Now we move on to one of those sort of sets. It's the like sets where you get 3 cards in it, and you get a shadow foil. So this is the one with Lucky Straight in it. We got a couple of those. Utopia Ray. A lot of rank cards here. Some of them are useful, like Utopia Ray. Like got a heap of Shark Drakes. Like build a lot of things around these sort of cards here. 10 Tempo, the Percussion Degen. So pretty much if you get him on the field, you can, if there's another like rank monster on the field, you can detach material, and the Degen monsters gain 500 attack. So we've got more of the instrument cards there. Pretty much this is the Asir monsters that what's the powerhouses towards the end of the 5D series. Pretty hard to summon and get out, but pretty cool to play if you can get them out. So we've got Loki, Odin, and Thor. Probably Odin's probably the best card of the lot. Bit of a mix in this set. Chromatech Overdragon, Twin Photon Lizard. Just cards that will make up a real basic set. So like I said, people can get a few decent cards out of the set, but overall it's this is a set that this has like staples to build decks. It doesn't have the powerhouses that you do need to complete the deck. So we've got more Go 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 cards. They got a recent reprint in the Legendary Hero decks, which will be on the channel at some point of time. Photon Crushers there. Quickly scroll through some of these. More equipped support for the Utopia. Nordic support there. Surprising choice on this side of the field. We've got Morphing Jar number 2. Pretty surprised he ended up in that set. Some of these sets do get some random cards like appear out of nowhere in these sets. Pretty important card for the Nordic decks. Mini Guts. So pretty much with Mini Guts has been explained. You tribute a card. Make a monster 0 for that turn, attack it. You get some useful cards here. Bound 1, which we got a pretty cool foil for. Gaga Bolt. So the effect, all useful cards are around the Zex era. But without further ado, we'll get to the next binder. Yeah, so this is the Usai collection that you can get 1, 2, and 3. So pretty much as basic Synchro Monsters, Nitro, and Turbo Warrior, and Junk Warrior. So scroll through some of these. Pretty much just similar to Jesse Anderson and Jaden Yuki, you get a lot of duplicates, but a lot of stables to build like a really cool basic Usai deck. Tuna Monster there, Junk Synchron. Very important to get that guy into the graveyard, Quillabald Headshot. Pretty much you play your Junk Synchron, bring him back from the graveyard as an extra. Say for example if you've got Speed Warrior in the graveyard as well, Nitro Synchron, useful to get Nitro Warrior out. The foils that we got in this set, Fortress Warrior and Tuning Wear. Spells, Junk Barrage, I'd definitely play in a Usai deck, and Synchro Strike as well. Got a few Synchro Strikes, you'd play a couple of them in a Usai sort of deck if you're making one. Yeah, like I said, pretty much you get a lot of duplicates in this set, so pretty much you're better off buying singles for these particular cards. Useful urgent tuning there. Right, so we move on to Usai 2 now. So we get a Synchro in the set, Road Warrior. Pretty powerful card. Pretty hard to get out though. Well, probably fairly straightforward to get out if you know what you're doing with Synchros. When the best tuner monster's going out, you pretty much discard a monster, get him onto the field. You can go into very high Synchro level cards with that particular card. Turret Warrior is quite useful as well. Hyper Synchron. A lot of tuner monsters starting to appear in this particular set for Usai. Zero Gardener, quite useful. Tribute that card. Has a very useful effect. Pretty much road synchron to help build your road warrior. Couple of mixed warriors. Rockstone warrior. A few different cards appeared throughout this set. Pretty cool foil of Gauntlet Warrior there. A whole lot of Majestic Dragons. Pretty much one of the Majestic Dragons cards are in the next U-size set that we are going to see very shortly. Level Eater's very useful card. Just quickly scroll through some of these. Restraint Wave. Useful card, 1 for 1. Especially if you want to get a tuner monster or something out. A 1 and a 5 or a 6 can make a decent synchro monster. Salt Mode Activate's not a bad wee card. Quite a useful card, Spirit Force, to get a tune monster into hand. Yeah, like Reinforced Truth. There's a couple of very useful cards that ended up being in the USI 2 set. Righto, we move right along to USI 3. Got quite a few Majestic Star Dragons, one of the important cards that you use with Majestic Dragon. There's been one of your requirements for that. Got a couple of Drill Warriors. Stronghold Guardian's quite useful. Justice Bringer and Bree Synchron are pretty hard to pull in the set. We got both. Dash Warrior's got a very useful effect. We're getting additional 1200 points. Drill Synchron for Drill Warrior. Shield Wing, pretty much very difficult to get rid of. So you got to have at least 3 attacks on it to get rid of it, or unless you just blow it up with, say, Dark Hole or Mirror Force. But if you don't have those, no, not Mirror Force, sorry, Dark Hole or Waikiki. Just takes a wee bit of nous to get rid of that card. Yep, Sonic Chick pretty much can hold out 1900 or above monsters. Quite a few of those. Key component making higher leveled like Majestic Star Dragon, etc. Double Cyclone's a pretty good card actually for the Synchro era. It's had a bit of reprints, variety comes out. Useful card, Battle Waltz. I think it you select one Synchro monster and it duplicates it essentially. Useful card as well. Discard a Dragon monster and draw 2 cards. Basic card, Synchro Barrier, Desperate Tag. Yeah, so that wraps up the portion for USI 1, 2 and 3. Overall pretty cool sets to pick up, and as I said, it's very useful for me when I want to go and build my USI deck. Now we move on to an interesting concept. The battle packs. Pretty much, this is where you draft a deck and you play against friends and whatnot, so they give you all sorts of different cards. So this set's going to have quite a bit of variety in it. Got it, Zodius, the Ultimate Forbidden Lord there. We've got a White Knight Dragon, Beast King Barbados. It's a great variety here, just let's see some interesting cards. Let's go through some of them. We've talked about a lot of these guys already. Of course you get Shadow Falls here as well. Solar Windjammer, a useful 5-star monster that you can get out and use particular effects with. Some useful cards here, Toon Gemini Elf. Just for the 2 monsters, discard a card from the opponent's hand if you get a successful attack off. Even Bazoo the Soul Eater is quite useful. Pretty much we've covered most of these cards for, so we'll just quickly scroll through them. Yeah, great variety here. DD Assailant's pretty useful card in a draft sort of deal. Even Slate Warrior's quite useful, just being a useful beater at 1900. Yeah, like I said, this set's all over the place. Injection Fairy Lady pretty much was pretty cool back in the day. I think you had to pay 2,000 life points in this card, gain 3,000 attack. It could go over a Blue Eyes White Dragon back in the day. Of course, we'll talk about Cyberjar, Karkadi, Sinister Serpent, Rush Recklessy. Pretty cool Pot of Greed. Yeah, pretty much staples for any sort of draft decks. These cards are quite versatile and can fit into many sort of decks that you're making sort of a draft sort of battle. They need to release more sets like this too, just to make it a bit more fun to play with friends and whatnot. Shadowfall Era of Magical Shield. Pretty useful card there, Impenetrable Attack. Yep, pretty much we'll see most of these cards, and we'll quickly move to the next binder. Here, Dimension of Chaos, Arc V or Pendulum based sets. We've got a lot of the DD cards. This is when DDDs were quite prominent. A few Despot cards, Ignites. Like as mentioned really early in the video, Ignites didn't really take off. I would love to see a few more Ignite cards. For Performance cards. Magispectre cards. You can get a really good setup with Magispectres. I can't remember the combo, but I know it's something to do with Krillin and... Just trying to think what it is. It may come to me, it may not. But yeah, this is when these guys were quite prominent. A few cool prints here. Magispectre Cat and Necromata. I think he was one of the key components in that particular deck. One DDD Xyz card. Despot Jet, Fusion card. So DDDs cover quite a few of the mechanics in the game. Got a few super heavy samurais probably cropping up in this set as well. One of the most annoying archetypes in the game. Good old kaijus. When you think you've got a very good board, person special summons a kaiju onto your side of the field, plays a kaiju on their side of the field. You may have something like Remove Brainwashing, and then you've got pretty much a big problem with those guys. Love that printed Toon Barrel dragon there. Couple of Ray Raptor cards. More super heavy cards down there. Yeah, this set had some really interesting archetypes in it. So Blackwing card there. Cosmo card there. Cosmo is one of those really interesting decks to play. Gradles. Play your Gradles face down. Opponent attacks them, then you can effectively grab the opponent's monster, and that goes into your spell and trap zone as an equip to that monster. It's on your side of the field. Raid Raptor. Just the other Gradles here. They've got a very good Synchro and Gradle Dragon. That's the main specialty there. Very useful DD card. Swirl Slime. Yep, so just I think that's Blackluster Soldier support. Yeah, Super Heavy's obviously featured quite a bit in the, this particular set. Of course, Swirl Slime and Necro Slime, they work quite well in tandem. Some of the cards for, I think that's a DDD card. Yeah, it is. The contract cards are for the DDDs. Or rank up cards, a few Cosmo cards. I don't know if I think that Cosmo card may be used in some cases. Gradle, that's a very useful card for Magispectres. Yep, a lot of more support. Yep, Blackluster Soldier support, as I thought. More dark contracts for their DDD. So this is the set if you're a DDD player. Be good to see those guys get a Link Monster or something to keep them back relatively close to the meta again, because they are quite cool to play with. Great mix of a set. It's got a few Fright for cards in it as well. Now we move on to Extreme Victory. So, just watching a video today with Cole40, Mech Lords may get some support very soon, but that's one of their very interesting Mech Lord cards, Astro Dragon Asterix, pretty cool foil from the set. A few Karakuris floating around. Yeah, Mech Lord Skill. Weasel is the one that you're looking out for. I don't know if I got him or not, but we'll just scroll through and hope to see him pop up. Oh, we did. There he is. There's one of them. Mech Lord Weasel. A few Gladiator Beast cards popping up. Grinnell there. A few 6 Samurai cards floating in this set. Good variety. This set had the few resonators in there. Interesting archetype, the old TGs. Not too dominant in their time, but just a bit of variety in terms of having them as sort of an outsider type deck. Easy to assemble and pretty cheap to run. Force Resonator, Side Beast, Catapult Dragon, another tuner monster there. We've got quite a few of them. Mortronics appeared in this set as well, one of their tuner monsters. A few interesting spells here. Mech Lords, we're talking a lot of Mech Lords in this particular set. These couple of their support cards there. Give you a good look at that. A few TG spell cards. Spell cards are really important to them in this particular set. Move to the traps now. We've got quite a few of the TGI EMI. It's this really W Nebula Meteorite, I believe, is used in Rome decks, and it's their go-to card effectively. I had to look up that effect properly just to see what it does. Samurai trap there. Scroll through something. We've got a play set of basically all that. Very important card in the Mech Lords, Mech Time Blast. Save Zone, pretty cool print of that. It's a foil. Save Zone, as mentioned, you equip it to your monster. It can't attack or anything, but it can't be destroyed in battle with that equipped to it. So it is quite an annoying card to go up against. And this set here was very famous. We got 3 blank cards. Obviously, whoever was printing at the time forgot to take the sort of the placeholder cards out. Now we move on to a very old set in the Lost Millennium, and this is GX based. So we've got Dorado there, Ultimate Insect. Like as mentioned, I'd love to build something like Ultimate Insect, like level up decks, Dragon, etc. The Mega Rock Dragon's sort of a foil, but I don't think the camera picks it up all too well. Quite a few elemental heroes. Just watching a guy today, Ben Tim, one. He's looking out for the heroes, especially he's opening up Legendary Collection 2 today. Got Clayman there. Pretty interesting card, the Lost Guardian. If you build up its defense quite majorly and have it face down, utilise its effect, you can pretty much annoy someone with that card. Yeah, the Lost Millennium predominantly is trying to get Ancient Gear Golem, so there's going to be a few Ancient Gear cards in here. Very cool print. That got very close to making my favourite Binder Grave Ogre. Pretty nice print. Everything. Some of the Charmers appear in this set. Earth Charmer. Avian there. Wind Charmer appearing down on that piece. A few Batteryman AA. Pretty much the other Batteryman types are really, you can have an OTK type move with them. Link Fighter, Des Wombat. Tricks, got the Water Charm. Basically got most of the Charmers here. Now this guy here pops up every now and then. The King of the Soul Servants deck. Just one of those sort of cool decks to play to trample someone unexpectedly. You know you're going up against, but as soon as you get that guy on the board, he's just near impossible to get rid of. You think you're destroyed him, he just keeps coming back and gets stronger every time. Some very interesting cards here. I think Dorado's Blessings for the ritual at the start for Dorado. Recharger, Jade and Yuki card there. Pretty useful card that actually as well. You want a good look at those, because I think we're seeing some of these cards, so we'll just quickly try and scroll. Next one. Rightio, so this particular set that we come up to, as mentioned a couple of binders ago, I forgot to put some cards in from, I think it's Shadows of Infinity, the set that we got a factory error in, so we'll just quickly scroll through some of these. That is a foil of Ruined Queen of Oblivion. Princess Curran's there, Insect and Pickaroo. Just quickly showcase, just to see if there is anything else in that set that we didn't show first up. Don't think there is. Next binder. One of my favourite sets, Shining Victories. I like the Pendulum Archetype Amorphage, and I don't mind the Lunar Lights and Dynamist archetypes as well. So the Amorphage, they didn't stay on the field too long, but each of them had a unique effect. Ones would like negate spell and traps, one would negate monster effects, etc. Dynamist Spinos has been talked about, the former power featured in this set. There's a few more of those cards here. Performer power, man, there's a lot of performer powers. Lunar Lights, haven't talked about them enough. Lunar Lights, if you can get a really cool combo on that off, you're going to see one of the fusion cards very shortly. You can make a very powerful board. I think what they do is they can attack the monster twice before it gets destroyed, and you can do a lot of piercing damage, I think, with one of them, I think. Nice print of Digital Bug, Rhino Service. A few digital Bug cards here. Pretty cool print there as well. One of the main Melodious cards. As mentioned, Cat Dance is one of them. There's Panther Dancer, and I believe there's another one as well. More Despots. Pretty sure we've got Despots 1 to 9. I think it goes 1 to 9, then it's a 10 for the one of the other ones. More Kaijus there. One of my favourite prints that didn't quite make the favourites, but Red Eyes Toon Dragon. Some Ray Raptor support there. Got some Blackwing support. World Carrotweight Champion. Pretty useful monster actually, pretty much. If it's in the graveyard, you can flick away a plant in your hand, summon that to the field. You can work that well with Sylvans. Just some interesting prints there. Spirit of the Full Wind's a pretty cool card. One of the basic Lunar Light cards, Blue Cats. See that, but everything. Gauges. Lights, since we're talking quite a bit about the Lunar Lights. More Digital Bug cards, Cocoon Denser and Cenobit. Black Sheep. Got a Cosmo card. The Cosmo cards are really hard to get in these sets too, guys. Like, they're really high rarity. I didn't get too much luck with getting them. Check with Eyes of Blue, Blue Eyes support. Medicay's phone went off, and I apologise for that. It's all good. More Blue Eyes support there. We didn't get too much luck with the Blue Eyes cards in this set, but it was pretty nice to get a bargain for the Shining Victories box anyway at the time. Fire King Island, essential card for Fire Kings as mentioned. Beacon of White, useful card. That's Blue Eyes support again. Good variety of cards there, like the print of Cattle Call there. Pretty cool foil, and so is Tuner's High. They're pretty common foils to get in this set. Very useful card for the Pendulum archetype we saw at the top, Fidge Infection. Keeping a good look at that. Cos Morning, very essential card from Cosmos. Useful card for the Lunar Light. So yeah, this set here is a pretty good set overall to pick up. So this is now moving into a synchro based set in Crossroads of Chaos. Iron Chain Dragon. I wish they did a lot more with the Iron Chains. Iron Chain are pretty cool with. You could get like the Poison Chain out and a few of the other, like Paralyzing Chain. You can effectively burn the deck out. Reference to that deck is Mr. Armstrong taking on Yusai early on in the anime. Interesting prints about this set. Just going to give everyone a quick look at that. Storm Call is not a bad wee card. Quick look at that. Goblin Decoy. A few interesting Goblin cards floating around. Like, you can pretty much make a very interesting Goblin sort of deck. Search Striker. Tetsu Trudge, I believe, uses that card in 5Ds. Jade Knight, pretty useful. You can get another Jade Knight out. Pretty much you can stall quite a bit with that card. We're just talking about Iron Chain Repairman. He pretty much gets another Iron Chain out of your graveyard, but he can't attack that turn. So you're really looking to get like Iron Chain Coil out and pretty much buffing his attack up or going into a synchro. Pretty sure that's a Joey Wheeler card. Comrade Swordsman Lion Star got printed a bit later on and was made a tuner monster. So when I think Joey was in that tournament with like Siegfried and Leon Wilson, etc. Pursuit Chaser, that's definitely another Tetsu Trudge card. Yep, we've got the Snake and the Call. The Snake you can equip, I believe, to a monster. It loses 800 attack. Very key to get the Iron Chain Dragon out. That Raimai is a foil. Pretty cool card to get as a foil. Have no idea what it does. Like some of these cards that I'm looking at now, like I do build that, so I'd be very interested to see how the decks in that play and whatnot, when how they fit in decks, etc. I'll have a thorough look at that when we start making the decks. Mortronic. Nettles, very vanilla tuner card. Like this, I believe, is when tuner monsters were you're getting the odd vanilla one along with a couple of good ones. Pretty useful card, Psychic Jumper. Pretty sure we got all the orange chain, most of the orange chains in this set. Pretty useful to get, say, Black Rose Dragon out. South on, roll the dice. If get something from 1 to 6, preferably higher up. You can flip over so many cards, get another Mortronic out. Seed Deception's pretty good. You can special summon a 2 plant type monster. So that's all support for sort of plants there. We've got a few Mortronics, Psychic support there, and Teleport. Seen that card a few times of late. Mortronic Cord. As I was mentioning, Poison Chain. That's the print of that card there. I've got a couple of those. Factory of 100 Machines. More Mortronic support. A set of those. Have a good look at them. Get Morph Transition, puts a monster in defense. You want the Mortronic map on the field by then, so every time a monster goes into defense or attack position or switches, you get more tokens on your Morphtronic map, and it effectively gives your Morphtronics more attack. It makes them quite dangerous to deal with. Pretty situational card and Giant Trap Hole there. Your opponent has to have quite a few monsters on the field, I think. Oh, 2 or more monsters a special summon, yeah, so it is quite situational. That's right there. Cannon Revival Gift. Just trying to think what this set here was again. Spirit Warriors. Pretty much Spirit Warriors saw a big return of the 6 Samurais. There's pretty much a really expensive 6 Samurai deck a wee while back that people were pulling in the Mystery Power Box. I wish I did indeed pick one of those up and got one, but we got basically a lot of 6 Samurai cards here. Very much, I would still consider the best monster, one of the best monsters in this set for 6 Samurais. Sheehan. Magical Musket didn't really take off. It's really a column-based sort of deck. Love the Prince of the Weather Painters. Don't know really what they sort of do, but effectively when I do make the deck, I got the main card, I think, in my favourites binder, which is coming up very shortly, guys. We're getting very close to the end of this video. Got Grandmaster of the 6 Samurai ×2. Yep, a lot of support for the Magical Musketeers, the Weather Painters. Love that. Love those prints. Like, that was an awesome archetype. It only got printed in this set, but it would be awesome if they got a few more ads or support type cards in the future. Just basically what your main 6 Samurais from. We saw a lot of these during Strike and Neos, but it's just very cool to see they got recently reprinted about a year or so ago now. Some spell cards are very essential to the Weather Painter deck. One of the most annoying cards in 5Ds. Battlegate Howling has been a good card. Give a good look at those. Rightio, we move on to a recent set in Extreme Force. So this is when Link monsters were just starting to come out. So we've got some very basic Link monsters here. Got a Link monster for Steel Swarm. A few interesting Pendulum cards. Mythical Beast Medusa. It's a shame Pendulums are not as good as what they were, but hopefully an archetype comes along. Where some of these old school archetypes, mechanics is the word I'm looking for, get a few prints for a few cards that can make them quite relevant again, so you're not seeing people having to buy Link monsters and effectively trying to spend more money to assemble decks. It'd be good to see like synchro cards, fusion ritual, like all competitive enough. So Tindangles are pretty easy to assemble. Pretty much a concept the FA cards didn't really take off, but a few interesting cards in their set. So they're a motor sport type of deck. It's quite interested in it to see what they'll do, but they didn't do anything. So that's more of that set. I believe that set there has been shown a bit earlier as well. Just I forgot I had an extra lot of cards here, but that's a pretty cool card of Eldergeist, which is meta at the moment. Now to tell you guys an interesting story. This set is Number Hunters. This will never be posted on our channel because I swore. Effectively what happened is we bought packs of Number Hunters and some wise person thought the idea would be pretty cool to swap some of the cards and put Destiny Soldiers in. So you're gonna see we got some good cards with the, like what we managed to pick up, but overall I was pretty grumpy about it because sort of Destiny Soldiers is practically a 2-year-old set that didn't hold much value. Number hunters, some of the cards do have a bit of value, so we may pick up another number hunters set here. So there's not too many cards to showcase with number hunters. Yeah, this we got a lot of the same cards from Destiny Soldiers for this particular lot as well. A lot of Abyss actors. Yeah, Destiny Heroes, which people have already seen, most of these already, so we'll just quickly scroll through them. Yeah, but that's the only time really in the time we've been buying stuff that we got sort of ripped off. So we really check to see if we are going with a buyer that is 100% safe. But I'm not going to talk about that, guys. Let's get the next binder. This set is very hard to obtain first edition. Cyber Dark Impact. Been watching Simply Unlucky if Lady's looking for particular first edition cards of this set to complete his collection. But this is what we've managed to obtain. We got 24 loose packs of this from memory. Cards that are predominant through this set of barrier cards. So say for example that's a water attribute there. Monsters cannot be special summoned except for water monsters for that particular one. So you're going to see a theme here throughout. So you got the wind attribute one there. Earth attribute one there. Yeah, barriers are pretty cool to play back in the day, from what I heard. Like a particular barrier deck set up, you could pretty much lock your opponent off the board. Basically, we got most of the attribute types there. We got Inferno down there. Talked about Snipe Hunter already. Pretty much discard a card, roll a sort of a dice. You get the right dice roll, destroy a monster on the field. You can keep doing that too. Pretty much what the set's named after. We got a pretty lucky pull in Cyber Dark Kill. What attribute of the barrier card there. A few level up concepts here. Dark Lucius and Allure Queen. I think Maddie K got the top one for that one, level 7. I didn't get so lucky. I think he got level 5 and level 7. Scroll through some of these. Of course, we've got a few alien cards creeping up here. Aliens with the A counter concept were pretty cool to play back in the day. Chain Strike used mainly in chain burn sort of decks. I think about a year and a bit ago, a chain burn deck topped a YCS or something. Konami really struck down on that because it was a deck that wasn't supposed to win. Very useful spell, Flash of the Forbidden Spell. I believe Bastion used that card in GX. Very, very good card. Instant Fusion's been printed so many times, but nonetheless, still a very good way of getting very useful card out. I believe people used that back in about 2 or 3 years ago when Outer Entity Norden was quite prominent. Pretty much you'd get Norden would grab another 4 and then you could rank or XC into a rank 4 monster. But as mentioned, a lot of people would out Senate switch thinking column based play was going to be the way to go. Effectively it wasn't. And now the card's worth nothing. Chain Detonation, Starlight Flush, Accumulated Fortune. If you get a really high chain link, and that's part of it, at the end you draw some cards. Let's go through them. Black Horn of Heaven. So this set here is quite famous for the card Totally Awesome. I wish I got that card in Invasion Vengeance, but we weren't fortunate enough to get it. But here is what we managed to pull. A few Performer Pals feature throughout this set. few interesting archetypes appear in the set. Paleozoic. Paleozoic's a pretty interesting sort of concept. The trap monsters, but can pull off some radical combos. That archetype didn't really take off. The Flaracardian type. Polychema critters. They didn't really take off either. So my friend JDragon21 Psyframe and Artifact Script very well in tandem together. Very hard for me to beat. I didn't beat it at all. I didn't think when we dueled. Meteor Dragon Red Eyes Impacts. Pretty cool card. Subterrors. Subterrors are interesting. Wee deck to play. Didn't really take off either. Have a laugh at that card every time I see it. Dino Sowing. Having a good look at those. So just a good variety. Crystron, Cypher, Predaplant. I believe some of the Chemi critters appeared up in Duel Links. I believe they're Bastion cards. For those of you that do play a bit of that game, don't know if they got too much play in the OCG and TCG. Gradle Slime Jr. Of course, one of the key components to the sort of Gradle build. Gradle is more of a type that would mix well with, say, Kaijus and a few other wee decks back in that sort of time of Yu-Gi-Oh! These the alien card there, a Celery combination device. Some very cool prints here. We've got a couple of those. Red Eyes Insight, very important for Red Eyes decks. That's a very good card there as well. Phantom Knights cards, we'll talk briefly about them. Throughout the sets around this time, we were lucky enough to pick up a few of the Spiral cards. Spirals had their time in the sun. Unfortunately, just been hampered a bit with a few cards on the ban list now. For the Flaracardians, that card there. Right, the Paleozoic cards. Each one has a very interesting effect. My personal favourite is Canadia. I believe we've got Canadia possibly in this set. I think we've seen him somewhere in this collection video. Some interesting cards there. Good look at those. Cyframe Accelerated there. Pretty much Cyframe Amiga, pretty much people remember that, pretty much uses effect, just banish a card from the opponent's hand for a turn, then it'll pop back in. Pretty hard to get rid of Amiga too, doing it that way as well. Yep, so that ends Invasion Vengeance. Probably will get Totally Awesome, just buy it as a single sooner or later. This is one of those sets where you get 3 cards in a pack, Special Pack 2017. So we've got a Yosenju sort of card there. A few Pendulum Magician support cards pop up in the set, but overall a set this with a few cards that sort of support a deck and whatnot. Nothing really too standout here. So we've got a lot of performer power. The Yosenju Pendulum L and we've got the R1 Shadowfall Magician card there. DDD. So I featured in the set. Kendama wasn't a bad Speedroid card back in the day. It was used in a few decks. As mentioned, Fight Fur is going to get a bit of play again with Patrick finally released in the TCG. Mentioned a few of those Melodious cards in the previous binders. So throughout Legendary Fisherman, I think 1, 2, and 3 were in this set, or maybe just 3 and 1, but pretty much love the old Legendary Fisherman concept. It tells quite an interesting story. So you see it right there. Scroll through some of these. I wonder if we've got Karma 1, 2, and 3. As you can see, Yosenju Karma's at the bottom of that. And we got 1 copy of each. So effectively Effectively a pretty good combination. You could go into ranked plays, and you could also, pretty much with, I think it was one, return a monster back to hand. Very good if you had them in your hand very early on. Work well with kaijus. Yep, that ends that particular set. Just to feature the Yosenju secret move. If you've got Yosenju on the field, opponent tries to activate effect, bam, flip that up, negates it. Rightio, so this is more of Dark Beginning 2, just showcasing some other cards from that classic era. Shadow Girl, I remember that card going into like Wall Shadow. Toon Cannon Soldier. Cannon Soldier's getting a lot of talk at the moment in real life Yu-Gi-Oh! With effectively Danger, I think it's Danger Dark World combination, where your opponent doesn't even get a turn. Interesting cards there. Kaiser Seahorse, pretty much a staple in Kyber's deck. Green Kappa. Now, Green Kappa, Dollars of the Roses was such an effective weapon. Pretty much when you're attacking the deck master or something, for example, you use that guide and it copies the attack and defense of that particular monster. Woodland Sprite was pretty good back in the day. The card just sort of four on the back. Let's quickly scroll through some of these. A few cards to note. The Stamping Destruction, Restructor Revolution. It's one of those sort of just why cards. Why did you print it? It's a good card. Restructor's Revolution. I believe it's limited or something in TCG and OCG, where Duel Links is one or the other. I've just got through the Needle Sealing. It's quite a good card along with Needle Wall. Rightio, let's move to the second last binder. So we've got some Shadow Spectres here, guys. Pretty much pretty cool print of the zombie there. Let's quickly scroll through some of these. Talking about Paralysis Purple Clorotyl a bit earlier, he's pretty cool tuner monster. He's got a few cool effects you can utilise him with. But there's my phone going off, so that's minor Mandy K's going off in this video now. I do apologise for that. A few vampire cards. Vampires recently got support in Dark Saviours. Phantom Beast. Just a few interesting cards to talk about there. Bujingi. Just quickly trying to scroll through some of these. Night Day Griffer, there's Warrior Die Griffer in that as well. I think that all fits into that particular thing. Just trying to see if there's any notable cards to talk about. Pretty much these guys here are the main talking points of this particular set. That card there can be quite annoying at times. Very nice print of Komodo Dragon. A few Ghost Trick cards there. The spoons, the knives, and the forks, I believe, are the... Well, some pretty interesting combos with that. Yeah, Ghost Tricks are pretty interesting. I believe Ghost Tricks have got a sort of win condition card. Mischief in Time or something like that. I think it's an XYZ card. Some interesting cards. Chow Chow Chan and Baby Raccoon Pom Poko. Yeah, Ghost Tricks are one of those sort of awkward decks to go up against. Just with some of the annoying plays they can get. Effectively, if you've got a monster face up and you've got monsters face down, there's a specific Ghost Trick you can't take face down. It's very awkward to try and get over. Just a notable thing here, Battling Boxing Spirits, pretty cool foil there, along with that card's pretty cool too. Secret Sanctuary of the Spellcasters. A few nice prints here in the set. Scroll through these pretty quickly. This next set is Generation Force. This is probably one of the first sets that we opened up on the channel, I believe. So the only XYZ ones are there. Pretty cool print of Mask Hero Vapor. Of course, Mask Hero, probably the most predominant card, or most memorable cards, Dark Lore. Rares there, Jaws,man, Sea Lancer and Ghost Ship. Two larval cards down below. Yeah, very odd set to print Elemental Heroes out in, since it's a completely different era of cards. A few wind-up cards are going to feature very shortly. Wind-up Soldier and Magician. Pretty much a concept that fell through quite badly. Crashbug X, Y, and Z. So I believe if you played the X, you got the Y, then I got the Z. It was a pretty interesting idea, but it fell quite short in my book. Draco. A few interesting cards here. Quite like the print Gem Elephant, got pretty good defense. Nice free fours there. Got a wee bit of play in Duel Links. Tortoise and Gishki Diviner. Got a play set effectively of Aquajet. Double or nothing, pretty much negate, say, Utopia's attack and double the attack. Staple for Mask Heroes. Wind up support, Crashbug support. Violon card. Yeah, reason why I'm not talking as much either, because I'm familiar with most of the cards in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh, but some of the cards from the years gone by, like, it's pretty hard to recall what some of these cards do, but it'll come to me when I try and incorporate some of these cards into some decks. Let's leave it the Switch. Pretty cool card. Pretty cool card that. I like the artwork on that. Tension's a pretty interesting card to play at times. Now we move on to a set that is quite interesting. Primal Origin. So we've got a Phantom Fortress card there. Galaxy Tomahawk. Pretty useful card. Couple of cool cards here. Ragnar Zero got a bit of play back in the day. Nice few prints in there. A lot of XZ cards. Galaxy Tyranno, we'll talk about that combo. Gladiator Beast, one of the most important cards. 100-foot horror, you can play him on the field, but his attack's halved. Hazy's, good old Hazy's. Can't be targeted, so annoying to try and overcome. We were talking about artifacts just before. A few different artifacts there. A few Sylvan cards popping up here and there as well, which is kind of nice. Their main cards are Komashrumo and Marshall Lee from my book, because they both get rid of spell and monsters. Talk about Battling Boxers. Pretty much Battling Boxers / Lightsworn's pretty cool deck to play. Can make puppet there. Another equip for Utopia. Pretty odd choice to have a Bolt Penguin in there. They do that in packs every now and then. They put a random card in there. those. Got the blue layer from this set, so effectively I've got everything for the Super Quantals in terms of just one of each of the cards at the very least. Phone going off again. Battling Box, a Big Bandage, Ghost Trick Doll, and no Penguin Art. The Penguin Art's so cool to play if you've ever played it before. The Mega Phantom Beast card, a few Sylvan cards here, Princess Sprout, Snapdragon, Cherubi Sprout. They're kind of useful. I don't think they will fit in the Ultimate Turns things. I think like Gardo, Kurama Tree, and all those sort of guys get selected over them, more or less. Flower Knight. There's a few support cards for the decks. Artifact, Ghost Trick. One of the only things in Yu-Gi-Oh! A card named after an actual character in the Zexal anime. Mirror Spell Collect, Charity, kind of a useful card. Forbidden Chalice floats every now and then. Slide. Them. Right, so I believe this set is more Invasion Vengeance, but the thing with this Invasion Vengeance, we got the special edition, so that is the feature of the set for me. Well, special edition. So the Cyber Angel card, a few Cypher cards, probably Chemicritter, a bit of a mix. I think most people have seen these cards. There's just a few different ones to take note of. Spiral Mission Assault. And we're fortunate enough to get another one of those. A few different copies of one of the Yang Zing there. And without further ado, guys, we are entering my favourite binder, so let's get straight into that. I'm very much looking forward to this. This is some of my favourite cards, some of my most valuable cards as well. Some of them are not worth as much, but I just kind of like the artwork, or I like the effects. Probably in turns my favourite XYZ monster, Dark Rebellion XYZ Dragon. Very good effects. Geiger Brilliant. Dragon, that come from a tin of Bulbasaur Laggy, I believe. Now we've got some of the movie set, Dark Side Dimensions. Pretty much I put two Blue Eyes Eternal White Dragons in there. That was a pretty remarkable set actually. Got the Scythe of the Sky Dragon there. I like that version of it's Dark Magician effectively. Paladin Oracle Mahad set with an effect. Pretty much he transforms into Dark Magician. Always Chaos Max String, just lovely artwork of some of these cards. A few different prints of Blue Eyes White Dragon. Gold version there. Awesome prints of Uriah, Lord of Searing Flames, and Rabiel. I believe that was from Duelist Saga. Nice Neo Galaxy Eyes Tachyon Dragon there. And some of these prints are really awesome. Blue Eyes Toon Dragon, remember that back in the day? Classic pulls. We've got a few Toon cards coming up here. Toon Mermaid, just like the foil of that, and the Toon World as well. Cool Karibo. Different picture of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Dark Magician Girl. Legendary Dragon of White. Pretty much this card can't be used in the door. Can't even remember what set we got that in. Ghost Trick Angel of Mischief, we were just talking about that card. Pretty much my good friend Laura, pretty much we've been talking Dark Worlds late. I've got Rainbow there, pretty much a very cool foil of him. Card Trader. Some of the cool things you can do with like Fang of Critias, they're those sort of cards there. Goddess Bow, Time Magic Hammer. You know the sets that I'm talking about there. The Prediction Princess card, that card, their ace monster, Paladin Dark Dragon. We got the fusion of the Legendary Knights there. That is a really awesome print to have. Lord of the Red, pretty cool ritual type monster there. But yeah, some of these cards are really awesome. Just looking at them now. Galaxy Queen. Excalibur, good old Excalibur. That's sort of the Ace monster there. Gandiva's not too bad either. Nice, very nice print of Blizzard Princess. My Paratool Dragon there, which I believe I got in the... Yeah, that's the tin version. Star Eater, quite a good card. Got a few Fire King Brotherhood there. Blackluster Soldier, Super Soldier. Clearwing, such a good versatile card. Puts in the work. Very cool to see that print in here. Radio, we've got a classic print of Blue Eyes here. Obelisk the Tormentor. Love that print of that card there. I believe Chaz uses that, but love the print of that Insector Sword card there. Transmodified Gravekeeper's Oracle. Yeah, so like people were thinking there's some interesting choices in there. I just, like as mentioned, love the artwork of these cards. Coach Captain Bear, man, looks so awesome. Pretty cool print of a Decision Knight. Red Dragon Archfiend Assault mode. I think I've got the Stardust Assault mode in this set too somewhere. Print him. Cyberdark Horn, got a cool foil of him. Cosmic Cyclone. One of my all-time favourite pulls was what skill I got. Toon Dark Magician. Love that card. Like that card's artwork as well. Just the foil sometimes makes the card. Pretty much Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries there. You can pull some really cool radical combos with that. This Classic Monster Reborn, cool Trenchal Tribute print. Pretty much I'm hoping too, guys, that it's picking up what set it comes from as well. Like the terms, then you'll know what the rarity is. Dark World Lighting. Just talking about the Lunar Lights just briefly, just a wee while back. Blue Eye Support. Just a card there. Dark Magician Girl, the Dragon Knight. Another cool wee print. Got some of these cards here. They've got the Grand Jupiter, the Speed Uranus, and the Suppression Pluto. Pretty much they all work together. Another Blackluster Soldier there. A few Necros cards. Like I mentioned, Chemical just didn't do too much, but I love the artwork of that card there. Also love and appreciate the print of Meteor Black Comet Dragon. Pretty much my Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, first edition. It was worth a bit of money at one point. Spiral Double Helix, just love the artwork of him. Pretty much my favourite card of Spirit Warrior is just the with the painted rainbow. Sort of incorporates all the canvases and whatnot. A different version of the Barrel Dragon. I believe that came in Battles of Legend. Could be completely wrong there. Cool card there. Bond High Magician. Another Toon Dark Magician there. Blackwing Dragon. And two Crow staples. Tin card there. Greedy Venom Fusion Dragon. My Ancient Fury Dragon Construct. Love that print of Elemental Hero Wild Wingman. Pretty much these two Truciolars, the first edition one's from Hidden Arstal and the other one I believe is from I think Battles of Legend. There's my Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon there. MX Saber Invoker, pretty good card. Red Eye Slash Dragon got a bit of play in Duel Links for a wee while there. Love that artwork of Spellbook of Knowledge. A few Link Monsters in here. They're not the best Link Monsters going around, but just appreciate the artwork and whatnot. Future Fusion. Component from Gate Guardian. Love that artwork of that Madoche there. Pretty cool foil. Here's some really cool Clear Vice Dragon, Crusader of Endermon. My Gate Guardian, I think it's the MRD card, yeah, Magic Ruler card. Too bad it wasn't first edition. Sword in there. Geospatian Dark Panther, love the print of that. Classic Red Eyes Black Dragon there. For those of you that have purchased the Silent Magician on Duel Links, got a copy of the actual Silent Magician there. Dark Century. The Super Quantal Beast Monster, Great Magnus. If you get that guy on the field, he's next to impossible to get out off the field. He's devastating. It's the Rebirth there. Leviathan Dragon there. Cool Empress of Prophecy print. Card Demise has its uses. Winged Dragon of Ra, Immortal Phoenix. I believe Maddie K got the other Winged Dragon of Ra card, the Spear mode. Love that print. Very valuable card at this current time of doing the video. It's a huge Skull Dread. Important Link monster for them. Noble Knight, one there. Out of the Hidden Arsenal set. Pretty cool Shark Drake print. Princess Curran, love that rarity of that. That is the movie edition, Obelisk the Tormentor. I had to get, pretty much it wasn't being filmed in the area, well, wasn't at the cinema where I live, so I had to send my sister along to the movie just to get that card. I have seen the movie, Dark Side Dimensions. Another Neo Galaxy Eyes card there. A few Nightmare cards. My brother got Nightmare Goblin pretty much, and was absolutely devastated in a few combos. He got banned just recently. Gumblear Dragon there. Another rarity of not Mirror Force, Monster Reborn, just from a different set. That Trickstar looks pretty cool. Bella Madonna. Love my Ghost Trick other card there. Stardust Dragon. Don't have too many Stardust Dragons in my collection. Brother's got a really good Stardust Dragon that we will see in his collection video at some point down the track. That come from that Crow set. Pretty much I love the artwork. That the foil looks so cool. Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit there. But I don't mind the Gem Knight Master Diamond card, so he made the set as well. Of course, we had Stardust Dragon Assault right there. The valuable Sky Striker Mobilize Engage. It was worth quite a bit at the time of recording this video. You'd hope in future, pretty much you'd have 2 XZs on the field, and pretty much you could play him. Rainbow Dragon print. Alistair the Invoker of Madness was one of the best cards in his particular set. Berserker there. Yeah, like I said, Livestream Dragon. Here's Night Mark of the Rose, such a cool print there. Richamites. Pretty much he come from the Hidden Arsenal too. Pretty much look at that guy's defense. Amazoness Princess, of course you can get your onslaught and that out. Block Dragon. Rose Archfiend Lightning, Brian the Golem, Triumphant Sphinx. Pretty much these two cards, I just like the foil of them. Pretty much I don't think they're worth that much. But anyhow, guys, that brings us to the end of the binders. Pretty much I will wrap up the video pretty shortly. The video, guys, just like to thank a few people that have supported me on Twitch and through the YouTube channel over the years. First of all, CaptainChurr. Pretty much you've got your YouTube channel, which I'll put in the description below. Thank you for all the duels and all the videos that you've provided me over the years to sort of keep me up to speed and learning some different decks in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Deanmike, pretty much a link to your YouTube channel will be in the description below too. Deanmike, thank you for all the battles that we've had over the years, all the Fortnite that you've taught me as well, even though I'm not that good. I'm looking forward to many Yu-Gi-Oh! Battles to come as well. Also, a big thank you to JDragon21 for the competition and the speed runs that we have, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Legacy of the Duelist, and potential more runs to come. Looking forward to also having some more battles with you. Melodious Diva Knight, what you originally named, or Panda. Thank you for all the support that you've given the channel over the years, and all the very good battles. And I always remember the Diva Lock there. Rad J Ree as well. I remember your awesome Blackwing deck. you're the master of black wings in my book. Yusai Cosplay, thank you so much for bringing insight about synchro monsters and things like that. Pretty much showed me up. I don't think I've even beat you in any of the duels we've had. Just another quick few shout outs to Freelance, Chaos 101 Darkness, Law, just trying to think, Green Buster. Yeah, and to all the people that I haven't mentioned that have been popping in the channel quite regularly, I do thank you guys so much. Just enjoying a bit of Yu-Gi-Oh with me, enjoying a good yarn. Of course, the Twitch is in the description down below as well. Hopefully you guys and everyone that does watch this video enjoys the video, and I will see you more for some Yu-Gi-Oh related content